this deal?
All right, yeah, Charlie.
We need to push this.
All right.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, we're ready.
Call to order for the Appraisal Review Board in Aransas County. It's June the 2nd at 8:30. Meeting is open for protest hearings.
Okay, we've got one in the waiting room here.
Bring it on.
He's coming in. His name is Nick.
Name is what?
Nick? Nick, you there?
I have a Patricia and Brett.
Yeah, she's right.
Oh, well, I just let in somebody named Nick. That was who was in my waiting room.
Yeah, so this is Brett. Nick is my son, and I'm on his computer.
Okay, Brett, this is Charlie Powers of the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm great. How are you?
Just fine, thank you. We have some administrative to go through before we get started with the meat of the matter. Just bear with us and maybe
Sure.
some along the way. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-100, account 24891. This hearing is being recorded. With the Appraisal Review Board, they will be hearing your protests today. I think you can see us around the table here.
Yes, sir.
Review Board, Michael is the Appraisal District representative. We do not work for the Appraisal District. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey is available online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. After the conclusion of this hearing, a letter will go out to you with the particulars. In accordance with Tax Code 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Brett, I'm assuming that you're under oath as a result of you signing the affidavit.
Correct.
Very good, sir. Mike?
Yes, my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear firmly that testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, correct?
Brett, do you hold a license as a Texas appraiser?
I do not.
Do you have available to you the hearing procedure times? It was a one-page with 4 columns on it. You can see it on the wall between the file cabinets, the large frame pictures.
I see it.
Do you have it?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, well, we'll walk you through it. It's a series of times for presentation, rebuttal, question and answer.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay, well, we'll walk you through it. The one question though is that you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first. Which would you like to do?
I can go.
Okay, you have.
How much time do I have?
5 minutes at first, you'll have more later.
Okay. And then, like, I sent some pictures to Beth yesterday. I assume they're in there somewhere.
Yes,
So I need to. Yeah, there you go. So just generally speaking, this is a second home, a vacation home. So this, the market for vacation homes, I think, is maybe a little different than a primary home. And the things we think about and hear about are folks are concerned about or what they want is to be able to bring people down and have, entertain guests and have them over. And then they want, they don't want to spend a lot of capital. They want to spend their money, the big projects they want paid for with their mortgage, and not having to come out of pocket for big expenses. And the house at Sandpiper, 26 Sandpiper, it's one of the older ones on the island, and it's small. It's, I think, 1,068 square feet upstairs. So that's the main living area, and it's it's kitchen, small living area, and a couple of bedrooms. And it doesn't really, the layout doesn't lend itself to having a lot of guests or that sort of thing. And then the pictures, I want to demonstrate there's two big capital costs that once you go to sell that thing, you're gonna, well, they need attention now, but and that's the bulkhead, and that's the picture there. I think I believe that is on the east side of the lot, and there's some water. I took that Monday afternoon, and tide's not super high right now, and there's already water in the yard. It also shows the kind of the tide lines where the grass is dead, and that's the other side. That's the west side. You can see it's about 6 to 8 feet where the water has been coming up. So bulkhead needs replacing, which you guys know is a significant cost. Our neighbor across the street on Sandpiper he redid his recently for $28,000. And then the next picture, that one doesn't do a good job. I was trying to show the windows, but the windows are original. And then the next slide does a better job of just demonstrating that the windows in the house need replacing. Another significant capital cost between like $25,000 and $35,000 to replace windows, to put the new double pane insulated windows in. So hopefully she's got the next slide. There you go. And this was my first. This is 25 Flamingo, which is the first sales comp that you guys have. So it's comp number one on comp sales. And I was going through it, looking, and I was pretty excited. I found that first picture I've got there, and I was looking at windows and trying to show that they were new, and I saw that sticker, and I was pretty proud of myself for being able to read it backwards and going and figuring that Simonton is a window manufacturer. So it's even got the sticker on there that's a brand new window. And then later I found that description that's up at the top, that's actually what the realtor had advertised on the website. So that actually told the story better than my window picture. But this thing was basically, I don't know all the history on it, but to me it seems like it was like one of these flip things, because you can see they've got new paint. I highlighted this. The highlighting's me. New paint, new windows, new roof, and new bulkhead. And so, and the pictures demonstrate all that. It also notes that the house is furnished and comes with 4 bedrooms. So our house is a 3-bedroom. This one, 4 bedrooms, makes a big difference. But the real thing here that I wanted to point out was, yeah, it may be comparable in square footage, and I think it's 1 block over, so it's not that far from Sandpiper. But this house they put a lot of money into it with the intent of flipping it and selling it quickly. And so between new bulkhead, new windows, the furnishings, new paint, that's like, I estimated $90,000 right there, plus the 4 bedrooms, and it's got these high ceilings, so it looks like it's a lot bigger. I don't feel like that house is a real comp, at least not without adjusting for the material capital costs that those people put in that Sandpiper doesn't have. And so that's it for the pictures. But then otherwise, I went through the other equity comps, sales comps. 14 Mazatlan is the next one. It's comp number 2. And I think it's closer in the price point to probably what's 26 Sandpiper would get, and that's at $343. Then there's a big adjustment up of $48,000 for lot size. I mean, I'm sure Michael knows a lot better than I do, but I don't think you can do a dollar for dollar lot size increase. I mean, that's just work, guys. mean, having more yard, it's more yard to mow, more stuff to maintain. I don't think people really pay for.
Okay,
Time's
great.
up.
Time's up for now. You'll have some more time.
Okay.
Later. Okay, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, the subject property owner indicated that they have older windows. Did you, you've owned this for a little bit, and you went, you went through the storm with it. Yeah, you went through the storm with it. Can you describe what happened to your house during the storm, sir? The repair, the renovation, the demolition that was caused or destruction that was caused by the storm. Can you talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have like a full report on what all was done, but there was roof damage, and then it rained 50 inches, right? And so everything inside got, not everything, most everything got soaked.
And was this insured or was it just like you have it self-insured?
It was both. I mean, it was insured, but unfortunately that year that my dad and parents had dropped the coverage. So it wasn't, I don't think it was, I think it worked out that they may have had to pay a couple bucks, but okay. So it was generally fully insured, I guess.
And what we see, we like you lived through it, and there's a lot of different situations in which you had some people that had very little damage and some people had extensive damage, and as a result of the extensive damage, they did extensive repairs, to the outside or the inside. And I'm trying to get a sense of what that was for you. So you said you had roof damage, so you had interior.
So everything was interior. Like a lot of people had to take it down to, or just raise their house altogether.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case.
Studs or something.
But you could say that, yeah. I mean, interior wise, yeah. But sort of the structural integrity of the house, aside from the roof, was intact.
Yeah. So you had to replace the roof, but then on the inside, you basically down to studs and you started over. But you have the frame of the house was good, basically.
Right.
The outside frame. Okay. The reason I asked that question is because, we obviously on our evidence here, you could see on our card, we said added years for repair post storm. So there's an effective age that's inherent with what the property owner just described. So obviously I can describe a situation in which you have a hurricane to this house and you have a hurricane to house A and house B. House A sustains, these are both 30-year-old houses. For whatever reason, this one does not have an entry point. And so it has very minimal, damage. It might have a roof that's replaced only, but it doesn't go through an interior remodeling event. And the house B is what the property owner kind of just described. It's kind of like what happened to my house. I had entry, so I had to go all the way down to the studs. The effective age of my house, I'll speak on my house, went up as a result of all the new things on the inside. And so we have an effective age change here, for sure. The burden of proof lies with the district to show both market value and equity for the subject property. Notice that the subject property is a 4SS. That's a basic average home, frame home. For SS stands for standard siding. The only thing that was done to this house was the effective age. And what the subject property owner described is commensurate with the effective age distance. So you see the one 1972 to 1997, that's 25 years. What he just described was at least 25 years. We go to the comp sales. The very first comp sale is a class 5. It's about the same square footage like the subject property owner. They both have an original age that's about the same. That one's done to a little more extent. And so you can see that instead of from 1971 to 2001, that's a 30-year increase rather than a 25-year increase for the subject. So there's a change there. There's also a change for classification or there's an adjustment for the classification of the home. You can see that one sold for $469, but it's adjusted down to $444 change. Okay. Comp number 2, which the subject property owner indicated is a better comp. The thing that's different about that that I'd like to point out is that one's a pretty old sale in light of most recent market conditions. I just want to point that out. That's a January of 20 sale. That's a 12 months to the year of the appraisal date. Having said that, it's a pretty good comp from the standpoint of classification of the home. You can see that the class is right there. It's a little bit bigger than the subject property. Effective age is a little bit older, and that renders a value of $398 and change right there. The third one is Jamaica. This is another 4SS. It's a 4SS plus. There's a minor adjustment there. There is an adjustment for the land element. That one sold for $409. When you look at that value, that produces a value when compared with the subject of $448. Now, as you know, all of these grids are looking at all the elements. They're looking at the main living space, any garages, any porches, any storages that the subject has that compares to that, and it produces a value. The median value for the sales is $444,097, which supports the value that we have at $441. Moving quickly to comp equity, these are not necessarily sales. We have 4 comps. Comp number 1 is a 4SS, produces a value of $432. Comp number 2, 4SS, produces a value of $438. Comp number 3, 4SS, produces a value of $444. Comp number 4, 4SS, produces a value of $461. That median value is $441,545. What's interesting about this comp is it lets you know, hey, what is the appraisal district? What are they doing to other 4s in this area? It's right exactly where the subject is.
Okay. Brett, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes.
Okay. So on the find my notes here. Okay. So we went through Flamingo, and I felt like that one, is got all the significant capital costs that have already been paid for. I think you've got to adjust downward by a material amount to account for those. 14 Mazatlan, and again, Michael knows this better than any of us, but I can't imagine somebody looking at a 5,600 versus a 6,400 square foot lot and saying, I'm going to pay $50,000 less dollars. That's a significant adjustment to the appraised value, and I don't think people pay for it, but that's just me. On Jamaica, which is the next one that's on the equity comp, it's another huge lot adjustment. This one 55,000. And like Michael said, it's a 1-story. All the living areas on 1 floor. It's 1,478 square feet, so significant difference. And again, a lot of updates on that one. And it also has new windows. I didn't see the stickers on that one, but I looked at the pictures pretty closely, and those are new windows as well. So again, I discount the lot adjustment, and I think you got to account for the windows as well. And then on the equity comps, I mean, I understand with the appraisal district, it has to the reason it does equity comps and how it comes up with them, and it's very formulaic. I don't think it's tied to reality. I think you have to focus on actual sales and not just what the computer generates or comes up with for a number. But running through these, 10 Pelican, 1,680 square feet. So that's a big bump from 1,360. That's 320 extra square feet, which is what people pay for. Otherwise, I couldn't find a whole lot of pictures on the internet about that one. 28 Sandpiper is next door. That's Bob Ullman. It's got 15% more square footage. Bob's got new windows. He's got a big boathouse too, with a giant deck that he sticks out pretty far, so he can look into Little Bay. He's got a good setup there, and that's something I think people, pay for. I don't know that the formulas really account for that. I'm sure there's some adjustment, but not like for the real value that a buyer would see. 10 Mazatlan, 1,720 square feet, so 360 more square feet. It's got a pool. I did price those actually recently and was shocked how much a pool costs to put in. It was like the guy told me 80 to 100,000. 10 Mazatlan's got a big outdoor deck, and again, that one's got a $48,000 adjustment for lot size. So I don't account for that. I don't see it warranting that sort of adjustment. And then 17 Sandpiper is the last one. It's across the street. I know the house, but I don't really have any pictures or know it intimately like Bob's. But it's 770 square feet bigger, 2,129 square feet. That's 50% bigger house. So from a 1360 to 2129, 770 square feet difference. That's more than 50% bigger. And so I don't think that's a reasonable comparison. You're buying a totally different house than what 26 Sandpiper is. Even no matter what the formula says, a buyer is going to look at that a lot differently. So hopefully I didn't talk too fast, but I wanted to get through all those.
Okay, you'll have a little more time later on. So Mike, you have 2 minutes then for district rebuttal.
Right. As the property owner indicated, there's a couple things we need to look at. One is market and the other is equity. From a market standpoint, these are the comps that we presented. They're about the same class and about the same size as the subject. There's modifications or adjustments in each of these for the land element. There's modifications for the classification. There's modifications for the effective age, and the requisite value that's produces a value of 444, which supports the value that we have on the subject property. From the equity comps, you can point to maybe number 4 and you go, wow, that's a lot bigger. Maybe it's not a great comp. Maybe. It's got an identical lot size, which is one of the other things that he was talking about. Like, you don't pay for this. So when you have a good comp here and then it's not a good comp there, that's why they're comparables, and that's why they're adjusted. In each of these cases, like a really good thing that he talked about was the boat storage or boat garage or boat lift thing with 28 Sandpiper. It's adjusted. It's adjusted in that line element. There's $19,000 there. You have to understand that all of these are contributory values to the main structure, which is the main driver of value subsequent to the land, meaning that Key Allegro is ultimately driven by the land element. It is that. One of the things that I did not show in my first presentation was, what are we doing in Key Allegro overall? How good a job is the appraisal district doing from a sales ratio standpoint? Let's take a look. In Key Allegro, you look at the overall, these are all the sales this year. So we're at 1.000, is that a 6 or an 8 at the end? We're right where we need to be as far as sales in comparison to how they're appraised. Weighted mean.
Okay. Brett, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts to give to us?
Yeah, I think hopefully my message has been clear. Like Michael said, we've got adjustments, but I think they're driven by this formula, and it's not really what a buyer is going to consider. And who buyers want to bring people down. They want to enjoy Rockport with their friends and family, and this house just doesn't lend itself to that. And they also don't want to spend a lot of money once they buy it. They want to spend their money on a boat, not on a bulkhead. Nobody likes a bulkhead. Nobody wants to pay for windows. They want to buy a boat and jet skis and all that kind of stuff. If they're going to pay for it, they want their mortgage to pay for it. And then I thought Michael made my case. I mean, he said the main driver of value is a structure when he's talking about equity. The main structure is, or the structure is the main value, main driver of value. Okay. And in this instance, this is a tiny house, guys. It's 1,000. And I think that's it. It's a small house and it needs significant capital costs to get it where these other houses are. So
Okay.
that's it.
Mike, you've got 1 minute to close.
Yeah, the burden of proof is on the district. The subject property, by the owner's own testimony, has indicated and gone through an extensive remodel. Said, I believe this term was down to studs. So all of the insulation, I don't know about the plumbing or the electrical or any of that, but down to studs, went back up. So all of the flooring, all of the finishes, all of the interior got touched and remodeled. It's basically new on the inside now. The roof, by the owner's own testimony, was redone. The only thing that remains outside of the siding itself is the windows. Subject property owners talked about that. One of the things that subject property owners indicated that the water wasn't particularly high recently, and it has been. It's been particularly high, or maybe that's what you meant to say, that it was high. It's a basic house. It's an average house. It is an average house. It's been rated as an average house and continues to be.
Okay. So we've got 5 minutes to deliberate. Ray, if you would zoom out.
Well, he's there. This house is interior on the canal and doesn't have a view. The houses you were comparing it to, are they in the same situation? Are they in the same land table?
I don't know, but I can look where they are. Would you like me to?
Would please,
Sure.
just to see if they're,
Okay. So the very first, are we looking at sales or equity? Which ones? Both?
oh,
Okay.
I got it, Mike.
Okay, so.
Here's number one in cells.
Okay.
See it?
Hey, can I interject something, guys?
You bet. This
So,
is-
and I didn't go check it out, but on my pictures I sent earlier, where it's got the caption from that realtor for 25 Flamingo, she says it has a view of Little Bay from the back deck. I don't know how significant it is, but you guys can look at the satellite, and Mike probably knows.
Yeah, and just so you know, sir, this is, like whatever the ARB wants to look at this point for investigation, they're just trying to get a sense. So we're just gonna,
That's comp number one, right? 25 Flamingo.
Okay.
Here's comp number four. Can we move on?
Sure.
Comp number two, I'm sorry. This is 14 Mazatlan. 14
that's
Mazatlan.
interior.
Also interior. Okay.
Let me get to the other one, guys. The other one's on Jamaica. It's two Jamaica. So it's going to be right at the beginning where Jamaica hits Bayshore.
It's way interior.
It's right there.
All right, I've seen them.
Okay. I'm not seeing any overwhelming
No.
evidence here to change this. I mean, the predominance of value is in the land, as Mike has said. And, that hasn't changed, but it's still predominance of the value.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see anything that.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-100, account number 24891. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we keep the 2021 appraised value at $441,210.
Second,
I second, yes.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. It stays the same. Thank you, Brett, for participation.
Yeah, so can I ask a question? I understand it's all set, but can I ask a question?
Yes, but make it quick. We have people.
Yeah, that's fair. So I heard somebody say the values in the land. Is that that's a big consideration?
It's one of our considerations, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the considerations, and
The land is almost
2 million.
twice what the improvements are. It is twice what the improvements are.
Yeah, and I don't have 2020, but Mike, how did you guys adjust from 2020 to 2021?
From 2020 to 2021, this was, the value was, your value was changed in the improvement.
Exactly. You didn't adjust land, you adjusted improvements.
okay,
Okay, guys.
hearing is closed. Who's back there?
Beth is back.
Who's up next?
Next, we have case number 324, account number 31153.
Thank you. Second page, top of the page.
I'm the designated seconder today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for waking me up on that.
Yeah.
Q1 and Q2.
Yes.
This thing is screwed.
You wanna know?
It just takes a couple.
Mr. Chapoy is here. I'm going to have his
Hello,
right
sir.
over there.
You want to hit the light while
Yeah.
you get started?
Yeah, that's going to be you. You can go around that way. We okay?
Hello, Mr. Chapoy. Hi. This is your appraisal review board. My name is Mike Soto. I represent the district.
Okay,
They'll get started in just a moment, sir.
thank you.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. And as I'm going through it, I may have to ask you a couple of questions along the way. Okay?
Yes, sir.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-324, account 31153. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. That will be a letter that you will receive after this hearing, several days later. It will have all the particulars in it for if you want to do something more. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that's not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence, is that correct?
Yes, I did give the young lady a copy and she said she would scan it in.
Yep. Very good. Board members who considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charlie Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Hey, could you show them where the oath is?
Yes. Right underneath the folder.
I, Renee H. Chapoy, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you, sir. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Renee, the governor wants me to ask you if you have a license to appraiser's license.
No.
Okay. I did.
The governor?
Yeah, the governor is.
Those questions we got
I blame everything on the governor.
Okay.
The proceedings for this hearing procedure is on that piece of paper to your left.
Okay.
You'll notice there are two columns. One is for if you go first, the other is if the district goes first.
Okay.
You get to choose who goes first.
Well, since I'm here, I'll go first.
All right. You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes at first to make your presentation.
All right. Well, first of all, again, my name is Renee Chapoy, and I appreciate the opportunity to address this board. In front of you, or on the screen, I have several different documents that I'd like to go through. All the documents that I have were either sent to me by the appraisal district or I pulled them off the appraisal district website. What I am protesting is the incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal. So if you will notice this first page here, it is 111 Cherry Hills is where I now reside. Last year, the appraisal for 2020 was $202,990, and this year's proposed appraisal is $346,030. If you go to page 2, on the form that I submitted for protest in section 4 that I have highlighted in yellow, the facts that I'm going to review today are our home assessed increase of $143,040 or 41.337%, and that was over last year's appraised value. On 107 Cherry Hills, which is the neighbor 2 houses down from me, their increase was $19,990 or 8.932%. On 112 Cherry Hills, the resident directly in front of me across the street, their increase was $34,390 or 10.783%. And then 3112 Trailer Boulevard, which is the resident directly behind me, across the fence in my backyard, their increase was $4,840 or 2.075%. And again, they're directly behind me. The only improvement that occurred on my house was that it was painted inside and out. So one thing that I need to make sure everybody understands is, first of all, I bought the resident February 9th of this year. So it is a new home to me. It's the only property that my wife and I actually own. So I did try to homestead it. However, I wasn't in on January 1st when the rules state. So for next year, I already have the next year one. I tried to give that, but they said just to wait till later part of this year to turn it in. So what do I think my property value is? I took the average of those 3 comps, and there's many other comps, and I reviewed many other comps that I felt were very close to what I have and in my neighborhood. And I think the value should be up to $217,730, which would be an increase of $14,743 or 7.263%. And that's what I will petition. Next page, page 3. This is the picture that was sent to me by the appraisal district, and they took it from Realtor.com. My computer bombed out on me this weekend. Otherwise, I'd had better pictures and things like that. But I had all of this, so that's why I actually made packets to bring, because my computer quit working. Anyhow, this is a picture of my home. It is a small and modest house, nothing fancy, as you can see. It was built in 1984. The only, I guess, upgrade since Harvey, they put a new roof on and paint. They replaced one window. So that's all the improvements that the house went through. Again, it's 111 Cherry Hills. And the next page is from the same Realtor.com, where it shows that the median neighborhood price is $258,000. Page 5. This comes from the website.
Okay?
Okay.
You'll
You'll have more time later.
You'll have some more time later.
Okay.
So, Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yes, sir. In my cross-examination question, so our information indicates that the property recently transacted, you recently bought it for $350,000, is that correct?
I don't care to tell you exactly how
It's
much
okay.
I.
It's okay, our information, yeah, it's okay.
But I
Our-
understand what
That's
you're
okay.
saying.
Yeah, our information indicates that the subject property sold for 350, and we just, it's obviously an indicator of value for this year. So if you wanted to speak to say, hey, I didn't pay 350, I paid X, it's relevant. If you don't want to say, then I use all the information, including our data point and all the rest of the data points. So, okay, that sounds good. This is a property that underwent a lot of change, and it wasn't what the property owner did. This property owner sitting in front of you didn't do any of this. It was the previous property owner. And when they listed this property, they talked about the extensive amount of remodel that they went through previously. Not anything that you did, what they did. And they listed it. And part of that listing information is there. And it's at the end of my packet as well, but let's go ahead and start at the top, Ray. The subject property is 111 Cherry Hills. We currently have a value of 346 and change on it. Have a 5 MV plus on the subject property. The land, this was one of many. So the subject property owner's exchange wasn't the only sale. We're going to get at the very end, and you don't need to go there. At the very end, we're going to get to the sales ratio. There's 34 pages of sales in Country Club. 34 pages. The market's really hot there. That was a pictometry imagery of the overhead. Now, the two things under protest are market value and equity. So we're going to address those. The subject property itself sold for $350,000. Of course, you can see there's no adjustments because it is comp number 1. It is the best indicator of value in the marketplace because it was on the open market in exchange for cash or cash equivalency, in which the buyer and seller are both fully informed and working in their own best interest. But it's not the only one. Mr. Chapoy is not the only one that sold in there. Here's some other sales. This is 121 Champions, also another 5 MV plus. Notice subject is 1984 is the actual year built. But if you look at the size, it's 2118. And then the Champions over here is 2074. So pretty close. Now, if you look at that date of that sale, that's a 12 of 20 sale, 12/18 of 20. It's a pretty good indicator of value of market value on January 1st. Notice the indicated value of the sale is $349,000. The subject sold for $350. High congruency there. What does that one adjust out to? When you look at all the factors of land and size and effective age, 359 for comp number 2. Comp number 3 is another one on Cherry Hills. Happens to be right next door, I believe. This one is 313 Cherry Hills. Another 5 MV plus. This one's got a slightly older effective age. That one sold for $380,000. in January of 2021. That one, when you compare it with the subject for both garages and porches and main areas and sizes and everything else, that one's a little bit bigger than the subject. That one appraises out at 361. So what I want you to notice is of the comps, the subject property owner's sale is actually the lowest. When you look at the bottom line adjustments, 350, 359, 361. The other thing that I want you to know is the high conforming. Those numbers are tight. That's a $10,000 or $11,000 adjustment on a $350,000 value. Super tight here. Really good comps. Moving on to equity. That's the other thing under protest. Now the subject, these are not necessarily sales, they're just other things in Rockport Country Club. Now, as you can see, we try to find other 5 MV pluses to be congruent with the subject property. We try to find other properties in and about that area. So you can see the first comp is also a 5 MV plus. There's an adjustment for the land where the land is bigger for the comp number 1, so there's a minus adjustment there. You can see that they're very close in effective age, and that renders a value of 346 and change when compared with the subject. Comp number 2. Notice that comp number 1's a pretty good comp when you look at the net adjustment there. When you look at comp number 2, it's also a 5 MV plus, very close in size to the subject property. This one actually happens to be a sale. This is 121 Champions, pretty good comp. This one, when you look at what it's appraised for, the market value of that one is 337. When compared with the subject, it's 347 and change. And comp number 3 is 122 Marion. Also another 5 MV plus. It's bigger than the subject and it's adjusted accordingly. See that 47,000, that's minus 47,000 there. That one adjusts out to 340,000. Again, the median value is 346,619, which supports the value that we have on the subject property at 346. The thing that I'd like to leave you with is the comparison of the 2 grids. Grid number 1 showed a value of 359 for the median value for the sales grid. And the equity grid showed 346. Again, high congruency there. And they're all revolving around the sales price of 350. Furthermore, you look at, there's 30, these are the interior pictures of the subject property. Again, nothing that the subject property owner did. This is stuff that the property, the previous, all we're saying here is this is not a 1984 house. It's just not. It's been renovated. The subject property owner did not do it. It was a person in preparation for the sale. Then after that, there's 34 pages of sales comps, and we'll get to the very end there. And you can look at the sales ratio, and sales ratio is 1.0278. So 102% on all the sales. And that's all I've got.
So, Mr. Chavoy, you have, you went first, right?
Yeah, he went first.
So you have 2 minutes for protester rebuttal to Mike's.
Okay, thank you. As Scott said, 111 Cherry Hills at 346. Go to page 7 of my presentation. 107 Cherry Hills is appraised at 223,780. Page 8 shows that it is an increase of $19,990 or 8.932%. On page 9, you see 112 Cherry Hills. There's no exception there, so it was not homestead or anything. And 318,900. And page 10 shows that my home was only 34 square feet higher than that one, and it increased at 34 and 390, a 10.783%. Then you go to page 11, 3112 trailer, no exceptions again. The assessed value is 233,200, and page 12 shows that it this home was 182 square feet, smaller than mine. However, it increased only $4,840 or a 2.75%. And what I am like to say is that our home increased 41.37 over the previous year. I understand all of the things that went into it. But based on those three comps that I used, which were the houses directly across the street, the two houses down, and then directly behind me, the average increase for the comps is 14,743 or 7.263%. So I'm respectfully requesting that I be given the same median appraisal increase that these three comps represented. Thank you.
Mike, you have 2 minutes and then we'll go to closing.
Yeah, was that just 2 minutes or was that 4 minutes for him?
That was 2.
Yeah, he gets both
Oh.
a 2 minute cross and a 2 minute rebuttal.
Okay.
He has 2 more minutes.
So you have 2 more minutes. My mistake, sorry.
Oh, I can continue
Yes,
on?
you can continue
Okay.
on.
Again, I just reviewed that and I understand what Mike had said and that information. And so I don't know totally how they came up with the median, but, according to the property tax code, section 42.26, paragraph 1, the appraisal ratio of the property exceeds by at least 10% of the median level of appraisal of the reasonable or representative sample of other properties in the appraisal district. If that's total district, or is that my area, or is that what's presented? I'm not sure of that. That's a great question that I don't know, but anyhow.
It was 42, what? 42?
It's 42.26, paragraph 1.
Yeah.
And that's all I have to present and have to say, but
Okay.
just give me a fair shot at it.
Okay. Let Mike look that up and he can hopefully answer your question.
Thank you.
And that was 4226, section
1.
1. Subsection A is the district court. This is a district court citation, like this is under district court. That's what you quoted. But generally what we look at is subsection 3. It says the appraised value of the property exceeds the median appraised value of a reasonable number of comparables properties appropriately adjusted. So the one that you read was 10% of the median level. It's kind of a gross analysis. You can look at, like, if the subject property within an area was 10% of the median value within the sales ratio, like if he was a sales ratio that was exceeding more than 10%, if his sales ratio exceeded more than 10%, which it doesn't because it's 350 and he's at 346, so it's actually less than 100%. It's like it would be like 99 point something percent or something like that. But what we look at and what we always present is a reasonable number of comparable properties in our equity grid appropriately adjusted. That's why we do the grid, is because we do all of the adjustments and show you that median level. But this is a district court statute.
Okay. All right. You have 2 minutes then for your rebuttal, district rebuttal.
I think, or me,
Yes.
I think I'm into, let's see, I'm into close, let's see, when Prochester goes first. Oh, I'm in my 2 minute rebuttal.
Yes.
All I would say is that, is the sale of the subject relevant always? Was he the only sale? Not by a long shot. There's 34 pages of sales in Country Club. Not only that, when you look at the congruency of both the sales grid and the equity grid, we're using 5 MV pluses. I mean, it's super tight grid. It's really good. Not only that, but they're all appropriately adjusted. The burden of proof lies with the district. the district has shown and proven that the subject is appropriately appraised for market value and for equity.
If you're not going to use the rest of your time, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Can you help me with the timeline here? He bought the property in
I bought it February 9th.
February. February of this year, right?
Yes, correct.
When did this house get rebuilt on the inside? I mean, it's beautiful.
Don't know.
This is the first time
First time we've seen the inside. We're
first
not-
time you've seen it.
Yeah, we're not invited into people's homes. So whenever we get listing information, the property owner could have done it last year, could have done it 5 years ago.
So when he got his appraisal in last year, the previous owner got the appraisal last year, didn't include this.
Right, because we didn't know about the inside.
Didn't know about the inside.
Right.
So,
But here's the thing, had Mr. Chapoy not purchased it and it was still on the market, the value would still be the same because we would have seen the inside remodeling.
Right.
We would have increased the effective years. It would not have been a sale data point, but it would have been some
right,
information.
but this is the first time you've seen it, so. one
This cycle,
can
this cycle.
attribute- Yeah, one could attribute the majority of the increase for the fact that this is new news.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Just want to get my timeline straight.
Mr. Chapoy, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final things
Yes.
you want to tell us?
When I did buy the house, I was told it was painted. All these other changes, I did not know or do not know when the upgrades actually occurred, as you stated, because you didn't know. So please don't penalize me for that. And I say that, penalize me because I'm the new homeowner. And I see the 202,000 that from last year, and then it goes up $143,000. That's red flags waving, and that's why I'm here to address that. So give me a fair shot again.
Mike, you have then,
Yeah, in closing to a fair shot, I'm going to affirm to you, Mr. Chapoy, that had we seen this listing, because before it was a sale, it was a listing of a sale. It was a listing of a property. Had the property owner still not sold it, we would have made this change. And the other owner could have protested that value increase or whatever. We don't know when I'm affirming to you, we don't actually know when that remodel is done. Sometimes property owners don't invite us into their homes very often. But when we see the change, we're just noting the change. So if this is 1984 and this is 1984, and then this guy does something to make this better, we recognize that change. This guy's still 1984. We just recognize the difference. You just happen to confirm, but you're just one of many data points. In closing, what I would say is that the district has proven both market and equity in two different comps. The high congruency proves that as well.
okay. So we have 5 minutes to discuss as a board.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunate for Renee,
Yeah.
but this house was remodeled before he bought it,
Right.
and it was not picked up on the appraisal.
The issue is it was
Previous
low
appraisal.
before.
It was
Yeah.
low before, and it was not picked up on the previous appraisal. And it is Mike's, has to abide by the law that says the house must be appraised at market value,
Which
not-
is shown.
previous market value.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm interested in looking at some of his comps that he had were really like almost next door. I mean, there were 3 or 4 houses right near each other. And I was looking at the only intersection between his comps and what the district had in their evidence may have been, if I wrote it down right, 113. But the thing that was interesting was one that wasn't included in the district's evidence was 112 right next door, which is at least based on the information, the evidence he had, significantly lower. It's a 6 BV plus compared to his 5 MV plus. I'm not sure how those apples and oranges go. And then the other one that was interesting that caught my eye was 107 Cherry Hill, which is also a 5 MV plus, which he had in his evidence, again, which appraised significantly lower. So it would be interesting to know why those are either, are there differences that I couldn't see right off.
What's the first one? It's the next door 16.
Yeah, 112 Cherry Hill.
And that was something that he presented, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let me go to 112 Cherry Hill.
It's right there, Mike.
Okay.
It's right across the street.
Would you like to look at the property card?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I'll have to stand up so that I can see this stuff over here. Forgive me for. Let's see, 6 BB plus,
Minus.
it's a minus, so there may be some overlap there. The biggest thing is the effective years are here, or the subject is the 2014 effective years. Again, nothing the subject property owner did, the previous owner did. But there's 12 years of difference there. I think that's the biggest difference that I can see. This is a little better class, a little less as far as effective years. So that brings it down. I think the land values are very similar. What is it, 44.5 to what, 40?
45 or 46,970.
Yeah, so just a couple of $1,000 difference there.
Okay, so I mean,
Size?
the effective years is probably the big
What's
driver.
the size of the subject?
It's sorry,
Yeah, I'll go ahead and find it. The size-
20,000 to 2,000 to 2,100
2152 square feet.
to 2,000.
So what's your asking?
Yeah.
It's actually a little bit bigger than mine.
Yeah. The biggest difference is the effective age, it looks like. Just an older.
Yeah.
And for all I know, it could be like the subject was for years. It could have been renovated on the inside. I wouldn't know about it until I knew about it.
Could we peek at 107 Cherry Hills
Sure.
as well?
Yeah. Five MV plus,
Oh, yeah, it's way over.
this is an original,
Yeah.
at least as far as we know, it's an original build, like there's nothing been done to it. It's smaller and original build. Effective age goes a lot into this modifier. So when you look at this times this, it produces a depreciation number, which takes away from this original number. So it looks at this and it calculates that to produce this. This is the main element, Mr. Chapoy. This main element is all of these other factors are what's called contributory factors. So this is the main driver in that improvement group.
Thanks.
Can I ask a question or not? Are we done?
If it's quick, go ahead.
The third comp that he showed, can we look at that? The third one, it was right next door to me, 114 maybe, no, 115.
115. Well, I think he had 111 and 113.
113, that's it. Could we just look at that, just since you had three?
113?
Yeah.
Is this a different one this is a new one?
This is our
One
comp
of the
number
ones
3,
that
Mike.
you,
Yeah, it's one of yours.
puddled on.
Oh, okay.
And let me just go ahead. Well, but my question is, the square footage on this is a lot larger than mine, but yet it shows a comp within a few dollars on your presentation.
Yeah, and so that's a good question. So in our methodology, in our model, those are different based on the sizes of both the main living space as opposed to the secondary space. And the secondary space could be like, if you think about a house on stilts, the main space is gonna be on the first floor, and what's called the MAS or main area secondary is gonna be underneath. If this height, again, I'm just making up numbers, but if this were $100 a foot, this might be like 80 or 85 or something like that. The secondary space is contributory. And in the same way, you'll notice that, it's a good question. So the main area is 103, and then you'll see that the secondary space is only 93. You see that? And so if you have more of those units, the relative number comparatively to yours can be different. That's all it
Yeah,
does.
because it's two-story and
Yeah, for sure.
larger footprint.
Yeah, for sure.
All right,
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I think we're stating that's compelling reason. Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-324, account number 31153. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of an appraisal or equity value, that the 2021 appraised value of $346,030 remain.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Renee, thank you very
All
much.
right.
for participating.
Thank you all for listening.
you.
to me. I appreciate, yes, I appreciate the time that you've given me.
Thank you, Mr. Squaw.
Yes, sir.
No, what?
That wasn't me. Oh, him.
Good job.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So he got stuff because of when he bought. and
We have Mr. Williams.
How would somebody know
You want to go ahead and have a seat right there at that table? And just go over him.
at the time they bought?
Case number 265.
Are we taking a quick break?
Just a quick one.
I think we are. You excuse us for a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. 265. Jason, is it?
Jason?
Jason, let's have a
Yes.
quick break. We've been sitting here for
Yeah, no, you bet.
a long time
Yeah,
Beth, what's after this?
absolutely.
for an old guy.
Straight so funny
Nobody has
job.
called yet for 10, but this is over at 8:30.
What?
Nobody has called yet for 10.
Oh, goodness gracious.
No, nobody called yet.
So on a side note, do you have plans to make an entry off of Young Street to access the back of your property?
No,
No?
no,
It
it's,
seems like a good idea.
yeah, what I really want to do is, every once in a while, somebody will like drive all the way through the property, like when we're not there or whatever, I want to put a gate up. or
Like to
something.
cut across,
Yeah,
like teenagers or something like
Probably.
that?
yeah,
Do you have a septic tank there?
yes,
You don't want them doing that.
no, no,
A friend of mine caved his in.
yeah, ooh,
He just backed up. He just wasn't thinking about it. And he backed up, I think, to just pick up some branches he cut out of a tree.
yeah,
And when he backed up, he happened to sit a full-size truck right on top of his
oh, no.
septic tank and broke the lid,
Oh, no.
broke the top. I mean, it was repairable, but they're actually not supposed to repair it because it
Yeah.
was the old school one,
Yeah.
but they did.
I had a, like a cable, like a, I don't know, like a stainless steel cable or whatever, that stretched.
That stretched across.
Yeah, Harvey got that, when the fence went down and blew away, and I never, I've been meaning to put a gate or another cable up there because, you can see when somebody, you can see their tracks or whatever, that when they drive through there and
Yeah.
thinking the same thing, all they gotta do is veer left or right, and they're gonna be on either the tank itself or one of the lines. And
Yeah, that's not good.
no, and, it doesn't happen often, but it's just too
No,
tempting.
it only
for-
takes once.
Too tempting for a young person to,
I guess so. I guess people got through there.
but I guess that guy that built that house on that corner there he owns all that property on that street, I guess, up until you get to mine.
Yeah, yeah.
And I guess he's gonna develop that again.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
How are you doing, sir?
Yeah. They have big plans over there.
yeah,
There's big plans.
yeah. Well, that whole side of town, there's
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff happening over there. so.
Yeah, there's a,
Good morning, sir.
there's a guy that, he has a company, I think it's called Coastline Construction.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they bought all that property back in there, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a thing that he does. He builds the same kind of house basically, and just sells them before he can finish.
Yeah, because the first one wasn't even done and it
Ah,
was sold already.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
And the second one may be sold too. or
It's
under contract.
crazy. It's craziness.
He had a great idea.
He didn't build that shotgun house though. That real long one.
Yeah,
He didn't build that one.
so the fabricator built that.
Built that
or-
one, yeah.
Yeah, he owns the property.
Yeah, the Kinsel and Pruitt people. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the coastline houses better.
Yeah, that other
A little more
house.
square, or whatever,
Yeah.
looking, yeah,
The other house kind of weird.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not a lot going on over there for sure.
Yeah,
As
right.
you well know.
265?
Yes, 265.
Okay. Jason, we have some administrivia to go through before we get started with the meat of the matter. I may have some questions along the way.
Sure.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-265, account 60696. This hearing is being recorded. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The three of us are the board. Mike is the district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the conclusion of this hearing, a piece of paper will be generated and mailed to you with the particulars of what transpired. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence, correct?
Yes.
Very good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Farrell, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Stand right.
No, you can just.
I, Jason Williams, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. Mike?
Yes, my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
The governor requires that I ask if you have an appraiser's license, Jason.
I do not.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
On the table to your left is a sheet of paper that has the procedures. That's it, the procedures for the hearing. Do you want to go first or do you want Mike to go first?
I guess it doesn't matter.
You get to choose.
I get to choose?
You get to choose.
Okay, Mike, go for it.
All right.
Sure. The subject property is one in which is in a neighborhood that actually had a lot of sales. And for an area that we've not seen in the past, it's Cove Harbor North area. So we adjusted that entire area. Last year, we had a requisite value that was considerably lower than what it is right now. And what you're going to see today is that the burden of proof for the value lies with the district, of course. And the burden of proof for the value, I think market value is the only thing checked, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the burden of proof for the district you're gonna see the district come up short today. So we have a value of 414. You're gonna see that we're not able to support that from our sales, and that's okay. Sometimes you build these grids and you just, they tell you what they tell you. So we're gonna go through that evidence right now. You can see that on the next page, you'll have you have a value of 414,000. It's a 5FB, it's a fiberboard house, which is a hardy plank house. It's 2 stories. I think overall it has 2,169 square feet overall. The effective age and the actual age are the same. It's a pretty new build. I say new, 2008 is the build. It's in the land lot itself is big as well. You'll see that that we have 99,000 just in that land value. And the change in there, you can see, is both in a little bit in the land, and the majority of it was in the structure itself. Now, moving on, there's pictometry imagery. Go back a little bit. This is the area on Mathis. It's South Rockport. It's kind of behind Shell Ridge Road, to the west of Shell Ridge. It's as you're going out of town to the south. It's just north of Cove Harbor. Why? That's the reason we call it Cove Harbor North, that neighborhood or that area. Okay, moving on to the comp sales. Here's a sale on Young Street. It sold for $326,000. Now this is a 5FB plus, but it's also only 1,400 square feet. It's a recent build. When you compare it with the subject, it produces a value of $397,000. Looking at all the adjustments. Comp number 2 is on Bronte Street. Again, very close to the subject, sold for $315,000. Also a 5FB plus, much smaller than the subject as well. It's a brand new build at 2019, or pretty new. That one appraises out at $387,000. The next one that we have is also in that area. This is 2403 Bronte Street, and the subject is 2045 Bronte Street. So this is on the same actual road as the subject right here. This one sold for $315,000. Also a 5FB. It's a 5FB plus, and you can see that it's much smaller than the subject. Also newer than the subject. That appraises out at $383,000. The last sale that we have is it's on South Rock. So if you go back to the pictometry, you can see that that South Rock is that area right past the bend. Anything past that little curve in the bottom is South Rock. So it's pretty close to the subject as well. This one sold for $377,500. It's a very recent sale, March of this year. It's also a 5FB, it's a 5FB plus, but it's smaller than the subject, and it's a little bit older than the subject. That one appraises out at $404,000 when compared with the subject. Notice that on comp number 5, it's also another one on South Rock, but it's a very fresh sale. It's a March of 21 sale. You can see that one sold for $371,000 and change. It's also a 5FB plus, very much smaller than the subject, only 1,300 square feet, sold for $371,000. When you compare it with the subject and effective ages, because that one's newer, that one appraises out at $395,564. Now, the burden of proof lies with the district to prove market value. Now, we at the district are mass appraisers, and we paint with broad brushstrokes. And sometimes when you paint, sometimes bigger properties fall outside of that brushstroke. This is one of those cases. I'm absolutely affirming to you that you should side with the property owner to the degree that it's worth $395,000, and that's all that we can prove.
Okay. Jason, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination or any questions, and you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay, I didn't know if I was supposed to wait or interrupt. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I didn't say anything. So I just kept my mouth shut. But not really a lot to add or say to that. But when you say neighborhood, there's really, that's not the same neighborhood, which is, I don't think that's a big deal one way or the other. But what you're pointing out is down the road. probably a good mile and a half or whatever. But anyway, that's I guess neither here nor there, because there's only a few houses on the street that I live on, and I guess you got to lump me in with somebody or whatever. So it's really not the same neighborhood. And then just a question or comment maybe is that almost every one of those houses are newer than mine, and most of them are post Harvey as well. 2021, there was a 19 in there or whatever, and just a couple of comments. And what I've really prepared is a little different than the comp stuff anyway. I want to show you some things in my presentation that I looked at your comps that you sent, and I appreciate that and whatnot, and it was interesting to look at, but I got bigger and other problems than all that, so.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm up. Okay, so.
Yeah, so you got almost, well, a little over 5 minutes left to make your.
Oh, okay, thanks. So what I want to do is maybe show you some things that, a drive-by or a satellite or something that really doesn't pick up on. And I've mentioned some Harvey problems that still aren't corrected. I want to kind of paint a picture here for what that looks like that you may not get from the appraiser, or he may not even be able to access or see. So if you start flipping through these, there's severe water damage from Harvey. And then I've got tile issues. What I tried to capture here is the loose tiles, the cracked tiles, and things from that. And this is all in the living area that was due to the water damage. That ultimately we decided not to pick the floor up. Really didn't get insurance money to do that, so we tried to roll with it. 3 years later, the issues just keep popping up, and as time goes, we get more and more of these. These are all loose tiles, grout coming up. You can kind of keep scrolling. There's plenty of them. More cracked tile. This right here is a piece of granite that's in the kitchen that after the storm came free from because of structural issues. So there's a gap. The picture's not the greatest picture in the world, but that's my granite countertop with a gap of about a ½ inch. That's not the only one. I didn't really know how many pictures to load you guys up with, but I think I've got enough here to probably paint the picture. I didn't want to give too many, but as you keep scrolling, so now we're into the doors and we're into some mold issues. Every one of my doors that all face the southeast, none of them close correctly. And the question is well, how come you hadn't got somebody to look at it? Well, you got questions about that later. We can certainly address it because I have had several local contractors in, but every one of these have mold issues. There's 4 entry doors on the house. And those are different pictures, all different pictures of doors that are showing mold issues and cracks and things that are coming across from the doors. If you keep going, there's some more of them. There's some more, more mold, more different door. There is a gap in the seam right there that I can actually capture daylight in that picture. So that's the interior. You saw the tile. You saw. Hang on one second. This is a little different. You saw the tile and you saw the mold issues and whatnot with the doors and the leaks and all that. So now we're looking at some structural problems that you really can't attach, but this is a beam that the house sits on, and that's a corner. You see what's going on in that picture, and now you can keep rolling if you want to. More pull away from the texture and the tape and the cracks, even more as you get into the yellow and the white one there. And so that's still on the inside, and now we're going to the outside. So the tile floor that we looked at the very first, this sits right underneath that. And what you're looking at there, those pictures are dark. I've got some other pictures here if anybody wants to see them. Those didn't scan all that good, but that's mold that you're looking at, and that's directly underneath the tile floor that you see that we looked at a minute ago. So all on the carport area, all different pictures of mold, and that again is right underneath that tile. So as we get to the exterior, things that I did have fixed, that picture is actually upside down, but you see the chips and the crack around the hoarding. And then you also see the mold issue on the outside. And that's another thing I just skipped right over. Every one of the windows on the north side of the house leak, and they've all been looked at by professionals as well. I do have some options on that, not cheap options, but That right there is on the inside behind the window that you just looked at. And what that is that's a bubble where I've got leaks coming in from that window and the awning. More pictures of the exterior. That's the repaint job that they did right there. A local contractor came and painted that, didn't peel or whatnot, the old paint and painted right over that. And basically, you're kind of in a bind after Harvey because there's only so many contractors. A lot of these guys, coming in and, working as fast as they can, and maybe some of them even aren't even local guys, capitalizing on the storm. And so, hindsight, I definitely do some things different, but, it's kind of the way it worked out. That's a picture right there. That's, that one's upside down too, but you see the AC unit, if it was turned up correctly on the right side, that's leaning, and you see where it's pulling away from the Hardy and the beams right there. More structural hurricane issues, basically. And then I don't know how many more. I think we're almost through most of them. There may be a couple more in
That's
there
it.
or not. That's it.
That's it, Jason.
So I don't know how much time I have left, but basically, aside from comp stuff, I know there's a lot of stuff going on the south end of town and all over Rockport for that matter. But there's several comps, that may or may not be all that close to what, we're talking about here. But the issues, here with this, are mold, structural, and, water damage. We came in, I'll be the first to tell you, we did get an insurance check, and we started putting the roof back up, and we started putting the Hardy siding back up, and, did the best that we could. But unfortunately, after, insurance people were long gone, it didn't get it all done, and we've worked on it the last couple of years, and it looks different now than it did, as you would attest, a year ago. It wasn't painted a year ago, and we did get it painted.
Jason?
We need to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yep.
Catch up.
I think you get the idea. Thank you.
So Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Sure. And I'm gonna walk over here so I can see pictures a little bit better.
I've got to sit too if you
Yeah,
want.
that's
You're
okay.
welcome.
Yeah, I just wanna go scroll all the way to the top here. So this is, where is this in the house? Or
That's the living room.
So this is the living room
The
of the house.
center of the house. Yes.
And this is on the second or the third floor?
The second.
The second
Yes.
floor, okay, gotcha. Keep going. And it won't come out, I guess, with any kind of,
Oh, I could let the whole floor out. That's probably what's gonna have to happen.
okay, gotcha.
The
gotcha.
insurance people didn't cover that part of it. Because at
Okay.
the time, it didn't look like it does now.
Okay, keep going. Keep going. So this is all second floor right up to here, right? This is second floor stuff.
All those pictures, that
What
was,
about this right here? Is
that
this
was
like
in the kitchen, second floor.
kitchen, so that's kitchen countertop?
Uh-huh,
Okay, gotcha, okay.
Yep.
Where's this?
second floor.
Just a window jams and stuff like that, or door
Those
jams?
are doors, the first
Door
two are
jams,
doors.
gotcha. Keep going. Keep going. What is this right here?
From the second floor to the very bottom, like if you're on a concrete or the carport and you walk up to the second floor,
Uh-huh.
there's a utility room, you walk to the utility room, these are the corner beams.
Gotcha, okay. Same thing there?
Yes,
Okay, gotcha. All right. So this is if I were to park a car, it's like right here, these are the wheels down here, and this is like the ceiling of the carport.
Yes.
Right where- So there's a light bulb
Yeah,
there.
the light bulb too.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
I just realized I could flip the pictures, sorry.
no more head turning at one end.
Keep going. Okay, so that's a proper orientation. So what do you got going on here? So is this between here and what you showed on the flooring? That's where you think you're having an issue? You actually think you have mold in the house at this point?
Yeah.
Do you have any inspections?
We had the mold remediator, if that's the proper terminology, I'm not
Yeah.
sure, come out after the storm and started building again or putting it back together, but not since then.
Okay, gotcha. All right, keep going. And then he's got issues right here, chips and maybe some deflection between
There's a leak right there. Yeah. and
Is
it's either-
this new, Hardy?
Yeah. Well, part of it is,
Okay,
yeah, not the whole thing. Some of it stayed up after the storm and some of it didn't.
okay, gotcha. Gotcha, keep going.
Oh.
The subject property owners described issues that he has, that would definitely the definition of market value is the most probable price in which a property would exchange on the open market for a reasonable period of time, which the buyer and seller both fully informed. If I'm a buyer and he's a seller, he has to disclose those things. And it would affect the sale. To what degree, I don't know. Do you have any estimates or? I mean, are you in any kind of litigation with anybody?
No.
Okay. It's got some issues. To what degree, I don't know. It's got issues. So where am I at?
You've got 30 seconds left in your rebuttal.
Okay. All I would ask is, what do you think that you have left? I mean, what do you feel like your property value should be in light of all of, you intimately know this better than I do on the inside.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, so to me, if we could keep it where it's at today, or if you want to talk about inflation and raise it 5%, 10%, I totally get it. Give me a chance to get my arms around some of this and a little bit more time and we've been trying to fix it, so we haven't not been doing anything, but it's not an endless budget either.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm just looking for a round idea of like what that number is.
Yeah, like 254 plus, 5%, or 254 would even be better. I think that's where it was at last year.
Yeah, 254, 180.
And it just buys me some more time to keep trying to make some updates. I mean, and the other thing, guys, the mold and stuff, my wife was just down there a week ago and she cleans that. We had people coming in for the weekend and whatnot, and those pictures were taken 2 days ago. So that's after I'm not saying she went through the house with a fine tooth comb, but that mold stuff that you can see on those windows and doors, she takes bleach and cleans that. And so it's it's a matter of getting those doors and that leakage in there fixed for sure. And
Yeah.
2 of them we have, and we're working to that.
Yeah, and the way that we typically would carry this so that it's not like instantaneously taken out next year unless it's remedied is some kind of physical obsolescence. And then that's what I was asking is like, what physical obsolescence? So if we threw a number of percentage points away from the structure, what would that look like? Because obviously from the outside, it looks like a viable home, and you when you come down, I guess you live in it and enjoy it to some
Right.
degree. But then part of it is like you're reminded every day of like all the problems that you have. Can I look at that? I mean, if I threw, a percentage at this, like a percent, not a percent complete, but like a percent that's actually like, if you threw 70 or 60, that would say that you would take away 30 or 40% of that value. He's got big problems. The mold issue is a big problem. And so I would much rather approach it in that way so that it has a lasting effect. So I don't have to touch it if you haven't remedied the thing.
I can give you a number, Mike, it's 70% good.
Yeah,
so-
give me
so a
70% physical.
Right, is 320, 200. Off of 414, 650. That's 70% good.
That's 70%. That's saying that you have 30% of the value attributed to the entire improvement, any structure that you have. We're saying 30% of that is gone for the problems that you've had. That represents what, 320? So that's almost $100,000 adjustment.
Yeah, it's 94,650 or something like that. 94,450 ish.
The entire neighborhood went up by 40%. I mean, so there's market value forces pushing the other way. I'm just looking for a number.
And if I can interject, I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate your question. I would like to see it closer to where it was at 254. I mean, I don't want to say I don't know where to start. I do know where to start, but it's a lot, and it's also
Yeah, you're ripping out floors, you're ripping out floors, you're ripping out that bottom part. You're totally tearing all that out, remediating the studs.
We're absentee, we both work full-time, you know, we're
Yeah.
weekend warriors in Rockport, you know, basically, and it's
Yeah.
just, and you know, the finance part of it's not that easy
Yeah,
either.
Ray, what if you threw a 60% at it, what would that look like? So 40% of the entire structure value, if we threw 60% physical,
288, 690.
Pretty close to what you just said.
That's 60% on the physical.
Yeah.
Side of it. So that's saying that the improvement is 60%.
he's got problems. I mean, I just think that the market forces
288.
have pushed the other way, so.
288,
done-
690.
288, 690.
690. That's 60%.
Here's the other part of the equation. As soon as I do this, every other one of your neighbors is gonna go, what about that one? And I need to be able to point to a 60% physical for mold and other issues. That needs to be in the account as well, just a note.
No worry.
And, yeah, I appreciate that, and, you know, I didn't even look at my neighbors. You know,
I understand, but that doesn't.
You're the
No,
only
no,
one.
no, no, no,
Looking
no,
at
I
you.
appreciate,
Yeah.
I do, I just want to tell you, my problems aren't with my,
It's
you know, with
2
wherever
minutes.
my neighbors are, they are, it's bigger and, a little more probably emotional than, you know,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's got
you know,
2
the
minutes
hurricane
now.
related stuff, you know.
I'm
just
not
never
agreeing
in.
with you. I went through a similar thing. I went down to studs on my house and there are times even now when I see pictures of like clothes in the front yard, it sets me off, man. I
Yeah.
didn't even know that thing existed. It's weird.
Okay, let's get back on track with the timing here. You have 2 minutes to rebut if you need
I
it.
think, guys, I'm just, whatever you guys, want to go, I think I'm done, I think
You done?
we know what we're
Okay.
talking.
You done?
Yeah, I think, you know, to make a lasting effect, I want to leave a physical in there until these things are remedied. And if physical obsolescence due to the things that he talked about is the way that you should adjust the property, 60%, I think it's the right number.
Ray,
Sir,
is that answer 288, 690?
288, 690.
Okay. You agree?
Well, I got a couple questions. One is the classifications of 5FB.
Regular.
Is that appropriate?
It's probably low. It's probably a 5FP plus inherently. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a 5FP plus.
When it's fixed.
When it's
When it's
fixed,
fixed.
yeah.
No, it was probably a 5FP plus before. I mean,
Yeah.
this is subjectivity, you know, to some degree, you're looking at that thing. A 4 is an average home. This is an above average home. It's got a couple of different roof lines. He's got granite, you know, in a perfect world, he had granite on the inside, you know, it's a 5. It could be a 5FP plus easily.
But it has the problems.
That's a physical obsolescence,
yeah.
not a class problem.
Okay, I'm good with the 288.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-265, account number 60696. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 414,650 to 288,690 by adding a 60% obsolescence to the property.
I second.
All in favor? Okay. Jason, the answer is 288, 690.
Okay, thanks, guys, appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you, sir.
presentation.
Jason, do y'all run a dehumidifier in there when y'all are out of town?
Yeah.
And it just doesn't, so
Yeah.
you're open to the
There's one that
outside?
lives there all the time.
So you're dehumidifying the yard too, basically?
It works, I mean.
But it's pulling moisture from outside your
The
home?
humidity, because we're in and out too, you know, right?
But
So,
just because of the leaks?
Yes,
So the dehumidifier is not actually dehumidifying the house? It's dehumidifying the house and the yard?
yeah, I don't leave it on when we're gone, but when we're there.
But when you're there, you leave it
Yeah.
on? I see.
Yeah.
10-4.
Okay, guys. take
Thank
care.
you.
Thank you. You have a good one.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Y'all ready to jump into the next one?
Yeah,
That 10 o'clock docket?
Sure.
All right, case 359, account number 18107. I will go grab him there first.
I need to be able to do something with this back?
Yes, the USB is your evidence.
Okay.
You got
And Robert, I did get a USB,
Okay.
so you're gonna have to remember
Put it in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked Amen to come back. Do you need Amen?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bill never came back with the key for our
Oh, from,
box there. We found that from Cindy. I forgot.
yeah, I suspect his mind is in 5 places.
Does this go in this one? down here?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have to toggle this thing?
Yeah.
And then I can just control it from the,
This is Miss Red.
oh,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And what button did you toggle with?
At one point,
So,
maybe he'll let you know then.
Ms. Red? We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. Okay, I may ask you a few questions along the way.
okay. Thank you.
We're opening a hearing on case number, case ID number 2021-359, account 18107. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're the appraisal review board is the three of us from the table. Eamon, I guess, is going to be the district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. You'll get, after this hearing, you'll get a letter in the mail with all the particulars, and it'll explain what you can do if you want to go forward. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. ARB members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and you get to read.
Okay. I, Nagis Daret, do solemnly swear of, affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. Amen.
And I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, the governor requires that I ask you if you're a licensed appraiser. Do you have an appraiser's license?
No,
No?
no.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, you have a sheet of paper to your left that has the procedures that we're going to follow on. Now you notice there's two columns.
Mhm.
You get to choose whether you go first or Eamon goes first.
Okay, I can go first.
You go first? You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, can we open the protest presentation file, please? Down, no, the protest presentation. Next. Mhm. Okay, so I have, I protested the appraised value on two grounds. First one is incorrect appraised value. And my point here is the house price index that is released by Federal Housing Finance Agency annually. And this index was 12% for US and 10.2% for our area, West, South, Central. So that means that from January 2020 to January 21, the housing pricing was increasing by 10.2% for our area. So this number was calculated using transactional data from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So it's not listing prices, it's sales prices. So according to appraisal district, my house increased in value 23%, which is more than 2 times of federal number. And my values of improvements increased by 65%, and there were no improvements done to this house. Can we do next slide, please? My next point is value is unequal compared with other properties. And this is the documentation from appraisal district. So this is comp. I want to bring to your attention that effective year bill is 27 years difference in between those comps. That means that most likely this comp number 2 was updated while my house was not updated. And then I have next couple of slides are showing the differences in between these 2 properties, and I did make my research. So as you can see, comp number 2 is open floor plan. It has custom cabinetry. It got 2 sheds. It got all kitchen appliances, all updated kitchen bathrooms. Flooring is nicely done. When my house is nice, nothing was done to the house since 1980. So next slides, I just show you just the pictures side by side. So this is comp house, have drywall and everything. We have exposed piping. And then next one. Then we have updated kitchen here and not updated kitchen here, not enclosed. And then next one, this is the bathrooms. Next one, another bathroom to compare. And this is next one. This is another very important point. So we have a poorly maintained property next to my house. So I do keep informing city about this, and they're like barely moving once in 6 months on this house, on this mobile home next to us. Then next, can we do next slide, please? Yeah, so here I want to bring to your attention the sales ratio. I did review all appraisal district sales ratio report, and there were over 60 properties in there. So I compare all them, and this property was the closest with effective year built of 1985, and the sales ratio was 0.84. And can we do next one, please? And so there is some calculations. So if we are using a home price index of 10.2, the price value should be 176,805. According to the most comparable comp number for it's 176.90. And then the closest sales ratio, if we use, then the value should be 163,800. And so I want to ask you to consider the effective year built and that the fact that my house was not updated since 1980, so over 40 years old. So basically, I also attached to my evidence inspection report that show that everything is out of code and everything is updated in this house. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, you have 2 minutes then for a cross-examination?
I'll go.
Oh, sorry. And then 5 minutes for your presentation, sorry.
No, I don't have any questions for you. I'll just go into the presentation.
Okay.
Right. So, subject property is account ID 18107, single family residential home on Corpus Christi Street. And last year's value was $160,440. And this year it was noticed at $197,180. The last known sales price was from September of 2020 for $195,000. If you go to, yeah, stay on that page real quick on the property card. Right under remarks, under general, it says added years per listing info. That is the majority of the change, is that or the discrepancy between the market and this house individually. The effective age was increased from 1960 to 1980 as a result of listing information. Stuff that was put in the listing told us things about the house that we didn't know. Specifically that it has a new roof, new AC, new floor, that kind of thing. Let's see, there's the property. It backs up to that gas station there on Corpus Christi and Old 35. Next page is the sales comps. The first comp is the best comp possible because it requires no adjustment. It is the subject. This was purchased for $195,000 in September of 2020. That sales are what make up the market. So if it's not worth $195,000, then I don't know what to tell you about why that was what was paid for it. The second comp is on Highway 35 South. It's the same neighborhood, South Central Rockport. This thing actually is going to be frontage. It's going to be commercial frontage. And it was a 4FB house. It's about 600 square feet smaller than the subject for livable area, and it sold for $210,000. The third one is on East Hackberry. It's a little bit north of the subject in the same neighborhood, South Central Rockport. The house is 1,126 square feet, sold for $183,000. That house was actually built in 1920. It had been significantly remodeled, but I mean, this neighborhood has just been around for a long time. All the houses have actual ages that are pretty old. King Street is another sale for a 4-class house. It's 1,100 square feet, sold for $180,000. And then the next page, so that gives you a median equity indicated value from market value at 208. And that's to say that 195 was actually a little bit below market. This thing could have sold for over 200, and it would have been totally normal for what's been going on. The next is an equity grid. This is just showing properties that aren't sales, but they're other houses that have been appropriately adjusted to see if we're treating this house any different than we are the other ones. What you'll see is that the median equity value based on houses in this neighborhood that are very similar to it, it's actually a lot higher than what we have on it. It's $211,000. That's going to happen whenever the house is one of the older effective age homes. It has a lot of square footage. It is already being classed very old. Frankly, I'm surprised that an 1,800 square foot house even can spit out in our system for less than $200,000. The following is a listing. It's the listing. And there's the description. It says it's a master gardener birder paradise, the certified wildlife habitat on more than 1/2 acres, dotted with citrus trees. House 2, it's a fortress, new AC, new compressor, new carpet, wood laminate floors. It's got gas appliances and just explains that kind of thing. And it also suggests that you could use it to start a business in. Part of the reason that neighborhood looks so wooded and unkempt is because that's the way people want it. And then there's some interior photos that just show it is a cinder brick home. And let's see here. Wow, that's a long sales ratio report. This sales ratio report is covering, what is this? Okay, this is just South Rockport. It's like 15 pages of activity in just the South Rockport neighborhood. And our weighted mean is 1.03 and our average is 1.03. So that says that we are across the board, broadly speaking, 3% high. And this property was noticed at 197, 180. And it sold for 195. So while that's within the margin of error, that's all tracking pretty nicely. That saying that this place probably is worth the 195 that it was paid for. That's all.
Okay. So, Nadeza, you have 2 minutes for protester cross-examination and then 2 more minutes for protester rebuttals. You have 4 minutes if you need it.
I think I am ready because I did look at the evidence, district evidence already, so I can answer some questions. Answer some points from the appraisal district. So the reason why I pay, so this house was on the market for over a year. Multiple listing agencies were trying to sell it. And the reason I paid for this 195 was because of exactly cinder block house. It was super outdated. Cinder block is because like all houses in my country built out of concrete. This was like the only house cinder block that I could find. So this is why I went ahead and I paid. Actually, it was listed for $230,000 initially by different listing agency, and then it was moving from agent to agent until, and I was actually looking at this house for over a year myself. First, I want to let you know the appraisal district that, as you can see, you are listing here 3 detached storage, and we have only one currently, and it's the evidence of it you can see in the listing and on the seller's disclosure. We do have some kind of a, the concrete slabs in there, here and there in the backyard, so that's make me think that maybe previous owner just removed all the sheds. So fireplace, the same thing. We don't have any fireplace. It's shown on listing on seller's disclosure, and we do have some kind of a piping sticking out of the wall, but no fireplace. We don't have it. Now the carport. There is no carport. Again, all evidence is attached within my evidence, and it is inspection report, and it is again seller's disclosure. We do have some kind of a back patio, which is currently in very, it's currently a hazard, needs to be removed because it's leaning, and you can see it in the inspection report too. Can you please open a file that called rebuttal? And there are just some couple of pictures for you. Yeah, the Word file, protester, the one above it, protester, this one. Okay, so as you can see here, only one storage shed, and you can see here carport shed. No, we don't have carport. And then if you will scroll it up a little bit, next page. This is the patio that inspector said is defective, needs to be removed, and it is currently hazard. And then as you can see, fireplace over there under letter J, and it says no prison fireplace. And then all the improvements that appraisal district think that house supposed to have of this age, right? They are all like do-it-yourself projects. So, and it's all shown in the inspection report. See, you have on the top here, you have the kitchen countertops, they too low in order to put any appliances in. And then the floors are do-it-yourself project, and then an unconventional repair. And then we have electrical system defective, plumbing system defective. So everything needs to be changed. The new air conditioner that was listed on the listing, actually it already failed. We had to replace it, and I already have another $300 a month on my, for it. And it was like cheap unit that was put in place in 2015, and sure enough, it failed right a couple months after the warranty was expiring.
Right.
Yes, so
You'll have some more time in here in a minute.
Yes.
Amy, you have 2 minutes then for district rebuttal, and then we'll go to closing.
Interestingly enough, the difference between the value of this property when corrected for the things that the property owners attested are not there, such as the storage units, the carport, the fireplace, that kind of thing, which were all probably there at one point. My guess would be that they were removed after the hurricane.
Yeah, probably.
It is about the difference between the notice value and the sale price. It's about $2,500. That I think that my suggestion would definitely be to put a note in there to correct and update the description on this thing for this year. I do want to point out that the place was built in 1960 and its effective age was updated, but it was updated to 1980. So the depreciation table is working off of that. It's only 55% good at this point. I think that's it.
Okay. You have 1 more minute to tell us anything else for your final closing and final thoughts.
Yes, please, I want to thank you for having me here and listening to my case. Yes, once the house will be updated, hopefully it's gonna work the same as other homes with effective build year, quite new. But at this point, it was on the market for super long, and I think it would have been still on the market if not me with my cement house gig. Okay, thank you.
All right. So we have 5 minutes. I think
You want to take those things off now?
the property card needs to be corrected.
I have a note in there.
Yeah, we have a note in there.
Okay.
We'll get all of it worked out.
And it was, how much did you come up with?
It was about $2,500, $2,310, but we rented $2,500.
What actually got removed? Could you?
All the SDs, the carport, the fireplace. That's it. There is an attached garage and a covered porch on it. So that's the only thing left. The house, the attached garage, and covered porch.
Covered porch was in question, wasn't it?
Wasn't, yeah, we do have covered.
You don't have covered porch?
We do have,
You do have.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
we don't have carport.
It was a pretty, the stuff that's not there is pretty easy to figure out what it is because it's all the stuff that tends to blow away.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking at least 195 and maybe 195 minus the 2,500. You like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think 192.5. Okay. All right, so I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-359, account number 18107, when considering incorrect appraised market value or incorrect appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal or equity, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 197,180 to 192,500.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
It was a thorough presentation.
Yes,
Yeah,
very good.
thank you very much.
I'll break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The presentation was really good.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I'm not sure.
We have case number 218. Okay, Mr. Brown. He is a future owner. Future owner, so he purchased it after It should be under Jupe, for the last name,
Duke, yeah.
Yeah.
And this fellow's name is.
Mr. Brown.
Kevin Brown. He's
Kevin Brown.
in the waiting
He's
room
in the
whenever
Zoom,
anybody's
yeah.
ready to bring him in.
Oh, this is a Zoom.
Yes, he's on Zoom.
Okay. And how did he come, he bought it after the,
Yes. After we couldn't make any more changes,
right,
so they put him in there as the future owner.
okay.
What's the account number we're dealing with?
It is,
20284.
thank you. He's ready when y'all are.
Go ahead. Mr. Brown,
Audio's not on yet. I'll let you know.
Oh.
It's
Yeah,
coming.
down at the bottom corner.
Mr. Brown,
Now it is.
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along with us, I may have some questions for you along the way.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-218, account 20284. 84, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. If you can, yeah, I think you can see us. The three of us at the table of the review board, and Ray is at the Appraisal District Representative seat. We do not work for the Appraisal District. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form or emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our documentation. When this hearing is completed, there'll be a letter generated that has all the particulars in it and tells you what you can do from there. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes, you do.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charlie Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mr. Brown, I'm assuming that you're under oath as a result of the affidavit that you signed.
Yes.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
I request that you do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Mr. Brown, do you have a Texas appraiser's license?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Do you have handy, available to you, the hearing procedures document?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that there's two ways to go. Either Ray goes first or you go first. What would you choose?
I can go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'll just kind of run through the evidence that I presented real quickly. The first would be the contract that we used to purchase this home or this property. The effective date of that contract was March 25th, 2021 for a total purchase price of $553,000. And I believe the listing the listing agreement or the MLS listing had it listed at $559. As part of that contract, it also there's a non-realty item addendum that shows that all the furnishings and decorations and all that were included in the price. And a listing that I just referred to, the MLS listing, which is in your evidence package, also indicates that the house was being sold completely furnished. Secondly, I have submitted my settlement statement from Chicago Title. We closed on the house on April 8, 2021, and that settlement statement does show the total sales price of $553,000. I have also submitted an inspection report that was actually done by a previous contract buyer for the house. That contract did not close. In fact, the house was under contract twice, and both times fell through because of this inspection report, I believe. It's a 57-page long report that shows the house has some pretty considerable defects in it. And just to highlight real quick, I don't know if you guys have read through that or not, but just to highlight real quickly, on pages 5 and 6 of that report, it shows that there's uneven foundation and possible settling in the house. Pages 7 and 8, there's grading issues on the outside of the house to where most of that yard is going to have to be regraded to get positive drainage away from the house. Pages 11 and 12, there's some framing issues with the house with some bracing in the attic and some of the rafters not being on 24-inch centers. Pages 14 and 15, there's some rotten wood kind of throughout the fascia boards. Page 24, there's a door that goes to the outside, an exterior door off of the master bathroom, and that door is rotten so bad that we don't even want to open it because I'm afraid it may not stay on. Pages 26 and 27, both of the garage doors are damaged. Page 29 and 30, there's several windows that are not functioning properly. They won't open, and if they do open, they will not stay open. There's also some of the locks that either are broken or will not lock the window closed. Pages 34, 35, and 36, the rear deck is basically falling apart along with the arbor that's over it. Those pictures show the rotten wood, show the rotten footings. It's definitely going to have to be replaced. Pages 38, 39, 40, 43, and 44 indicate some electrical issues throughout the house, some of which could be potential fire hazards that we're going to address. And then on page 45, the furnace that's on the house is a gas furnace, and the vent that goes through the attic and onto a roof jack is not done correctly. It's in fact, it's venting right now into the attic space, which of course we'll fix that. Like I said, the house has fallen through twice. I don't know the specific reason, but I'm assuming that this inspection report had something to do with it. This report was provided to me by the seller's agent or the seller's realtor, and I believe that it shows that the house, the sales price is in line with the condition of the house. And I'm not trying to make an argument that it's less than what I paid for it, but I believe that if there is an argument that it should be valued at more, I think this inspection report clearly shows that it's not. So, and then lastly, I did purchase this house furnished, and we did go through and make a listing of all of the major items in the house, and then did some research online to indicate value for those homes. Value for those items. And with sales tax and all that, we come up with a total of about $30,000. And most of these items are pretty new. I believe the previous owner, they owned the house for a couple of years. I believe they did a lot of refurnishing on the house. So most of the stuff is pretty new, but I also understand that there probably should be some depreciation on that $30,000 number. And I'm open to what you guys have to say about that. And that's basically the case I'd like to make, is that the total value of the home, as well as the furnishings and decorations and all that we purchased, that total value is $553,000, some of which is personal property, which should not be taxed as real estate.
Okay. All right, Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll just give you 7 minutes here.
Okay, Kevin, you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and I don't mean for it to be a rude question. But I just want to know, timeline-wise, I don't want to assume this. did you get the home inspection done prior to closing?
I did not do another home inspection. The realtor provided this inspection report to me, and then I had been in the home building industry for 25 plus years. And so I used this inspection report to go through the house in detail. We spent about 2 hours there, got on the roof, climbed in the attic, and basically confirmed the items that I pointed out to you that I consider to be items that need to be repaired. Those are the items that I confirmed during my inspection of the home.
Thank you. Did you offer, when you were in the process of buying the house, did you make an offer, I don't know, say $50,000 less or something like that, maybe $35,000 less because of the issues?
Well, initially, yes, we made an offer that's less than the contract price. And then as I started digging into the cost of these repairs and stuff like that, the seller was holding pretty firm to their price. And as I did more research on comps in the area, I realized that I could come up some and still make the repairs and be okay.
Yes, sir. I think there's some mutual agreement. If I'm hearing you, like you said, it would be worth more if it didn't have issues, but it has some issues. And then the market is real firm. So no one really wants to wiggle. So then you just arrive at a spot of like, do I want this house? Yeah, I want this house. I can deal with this. Let's deal with it. Those inspection reports, when done properly on an older home, they should reveal a lot of issues that people just have to make their mind up if it's still worth it to purchase, as long as the mortgage company, is willing to loan. In other words, the damage isn't too bad. I want to ask you a question about your final closing statement.
Mm-hmm.
Through pretty fast. You covered a lot of area because I think we're going to get to furnishings here pretty quick in this discussion. The sale price of the property is listed at $553.
Right.
Is there somewhere on this document that talks about furnishings?
Not on the settlement statement. In the contract, there is the addendum, the non-realty item addendum that states that the furnishings are being included.
Okay, all right. Let me look at that. Just let me find it. There's a lot of uploaded paperwork here. Okay, so on the there's a place on here where it says, so it's $553 sale price, and then you scroll down, and it says somewhere on here, right? It's going to talk about.
It's an addendum to the contract.
Yeah. But doesn't it say $0?
Well, it does, and in retrospect, I wish we would have put in a value there. We would have broken them up, but I didn't really understand that we could do that.
Okay, Kevin, I just wanted to make sure that you didn't present something that I totally missed. The $0 or the $1 is how this stuff is always done. I wanted to make sure that. That's been my experience in the past, and I've actually had some luck in the past on a previous house where the contract was the same way, but we provided the detail of rendering of the personal property, and we were able to get them separated. Right.
And I'll be very honest with you, that one was a rental house that we had. It was a short-term rental type thing where we were using it and renting it out when we weren't. And of course, in that particular case, as you know, we had to pay tax on the personal property, and so we were able to arrive at a acceptable amount for what the furnishings were, and then the balance went to the real estate. And that's kind of what I'm asking for here. Is I realize the contract has them combined in the price, and the settlement statement has it combined in the price. But the reality is, fortunately, I think the listing agreement the MLS listing indicate that the house is fully furnished, and there were good pictures on the MLS listing showing those items, which should match up to what I submitted. And I'm just hoping that we can look at this from a reasonable standpoint and say, yeah, we bought the house furnished, and those furnishings do have some value. Because it did honestly make an impact on my decision to pay what we paid for the house.
So a couple of things about that. One, we've never been accused of being reasonable. And the issue with that is because the state is unreasonable with us when it comes to this. So although me and you were sitting at dinner talking about this, I would have one opinion, and then at work I have a different opinion. But that's just the nature of this stuff. This happens all the time. I could make the argument that if they would have said, hey, pay cash for this furniture, you would have told them, hey, take your furniture. I don't want it. It just always depends on the person and what they want to do. I need to jump into my evidence just real quick here. This house is in Harbor Oaks. It's on one of the dead end roads there that is kind of across from the Labor North. It's on Cape Charles. So you got Cape Michigan, Cape Charles, and Cape something else, I think. And then 1 minute, right? 1 minute, no problem. Yeah. So if you look at our sales grid, this is really, if you listen to both of us speaking, this is almost not a non-issue here. We're going to say that the median value in this area for a house like this is $611,000. And we're going to use sales on the Capes and on Crescent. And we're going to use, I'm sure the subject is in here probably, or maybe not. I don't know. I don't even see it. We didn't even comp the subject.
It hadn't sold yet.
It hadn't sold yet when we did this. Okay. So, that's right. We don't have the deed transaction. So the subject isn't in our grid, which is, that's pretty unique. So we're able to support the value without even using the subject comp, which is interesting. And equity comes out to 626. Yeah, we can move on.
Okay. All right. Kevin, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes.
Okay, I don't honestly have much more to add. I looked through the comps that you guys had there, and I also, when we were looking at purchasing this property, we looked at the comps as you would normally do when you're buying real estate. And the houses that had sold previously were in better condition than this house. This house needs a lot of work done to it, and some of which is code issues and things like that, electrical and otherwise. And we have a settlement statement and a contract showing the price, which is the best indication of value. And that contract price and settlement statement price is not real far off from the asking price. So I think at the end of the day, when folks listed this house at $559, they understood some of the shortcomings and whatnot. And then we held pretty firm at our $553 and they ended up accepting it. And I think that's the best indication of market value. And I really believe the only question is, should we split that 553 between the real property and the personal property? And I think, I'll say it again. I think you put a reasonableness test to it. The listing agreement shows that the furnishings were included. My pictures that I've submitted match up with that listing agreement. The values that I've shown are based upon researching what the replacement cost of those would be new. And again, I realize there's probably some depreciation that should be applied to that. And that's my case in a nutshell.
Okay. All right. Ray, then you have 2 minutes for district rebuttal.
Okay, sure. So in my 2 minutes, I would say that looking at this property, I believe that this is a $600,000 home. Looking at it, this is a $600,000 home. That's what the home's worth. However, he's provided his purchase price of $553. I don't know what the list price was. Kevin, do you remember?
It was $559. I didn't submit this because I thought it was in your evidence package, but I have the actual listing agreements. Where do I have it? I have it right here, and I don't know if I can hold it up to the camera and you can see it or not, but it shows the list price to $559.
Kevin, what I want to tell you is that I believe $559. You bought it for $553. Ray thinks it's worth $600,000. like you were saying, with some of this stuff repaired, which we don't know about, but now we do, it's probably a $600,000 house. So my answer is, it's probably really a $553,000 house right now. And the district's opinion will always be that the furnishings are not included in that number. That's our stance on that. So that's where I'm at. Robert, that's all of it. That's rebuttal, that's closing. I could just answer questions if anybody has anything.
Okay. Right. I don't have any questions at this point. Kevin?
Yeah. Kevin, you have anything else?
You have anything else? You got 1 minute to close if you'd like it.
Yeah, so if I understand Ray correctly, you're saying that you're in agreement that the value based upon the contract price is 553, but that's basically the real property since it was not separated out on the contract?
Yeah, that's our opinion every time, Kevin. That's our opinion every time.
You're right.
You know, so.
And the ML, do y'all have the MLS listing that states that it shows that's being sold fully furnished?
To answer that question specifically, Kevin, the answer is no. We don't have MLS data, but I can tell you this: that probably half of the listings in this county say that they're furnished, and none of the paperwork ever speaks about furniture. Like, this is a thing we go through all the time down here. So it's just, it's an issue that we believe is not our issue. We believe the issue is actually outside of us. It's in the bank paperwork that is not done right.
I would say if we give anything off
So,
personal property.
in other words, what I'm saying, Kevin, is if they wanted to, appraising furniture is not that hard. It's actually not that hard. They could totally do it, but they don't. So the other issue there, Scott, is that he is making sure that we know that he's not the owner on record in our paperwork.
Okay, so that's the
thing there, which is a good thing for him to protest, because it's true. We don't have the deed transaction yet, so you might as well bring everything up. You might as well bring it all up while you're in here.
Yep.
And our answer to that is, we just stopped doing deeds. So we don't do ownership changes while we're doing most of this work, because it causes a ton of problems for us to send a notice out to Joe Smith and then all of a sudden say Joe Smith doesn't own this house. And that notice should have went somewhere else. We just wait.
Okay.
And then we do all of it at once and say sorry to everybody who didn't get you. We didn't know.
Okay.
Okay, if we take it to 550, it's based on going back to 553, which is where he bought it with the imperfections.
Yeah.
And take $3,000 off for the furniture.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Well, what I'm proposing is that we go to 550. 553, because that's where you bought it with all of the known issues from the inspection, and $3,000 for the furniture.
Okay.
And that puts it at 550, and when you get it all fixed, it'll be back up to 600.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-218, account number 20284. When considering incorrect appraised market value, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of an appraisal or equity value, and also that the owner's name is incorrect, which we've discussed, that the 2021 value be lowered from 603,000 was 960 down to 550,000, which represents the purchase price of 553,000 minus $3,000 for personal furnishings.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Done. Kevin, you'll receive document in the mail.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Have a good day.
You too.
I was reading the wrong one when I said Q11. It was
Good night. I wondered where you 11.
smoke coming out of your ears. Telling.
We have 2 affidavits.
Good for you.
No, good for you. Which one do you want to do first? So for the same person, you want to just go in order?
Sure.
All right, this case number is 166, account 16966. And it's done by O'Connor. Name on the account is. And they actually show them when you do it. In this case, that's it or whatever. Okay, we're staying out of that.
One, 6, 9, 6, 6.
Yeah, we're still on 10 o'clock.
Wow. Okay. Everybody ready? Okay. We're opening the hearing on case ID 2021-166, account 16966. This is an affidavit only. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest. They're signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I Ray Presley, do solemnly swear in front of
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
that don't, I want to make sure something here. The evidence here is from O'Connor, right? There's O'Connor evidence in here.
Yes.
Who actually has a notarized affidavit in this account? Could I see O'Connor evidence? I see Mary Mahan presented evidence in this account. So right here, it's
King is the agent.
King is the agent.
Yes, Deborah King is the agent.
So the form that is right here, that,
Was submitted with his protest. We did it
Yeah,
without an agent.
but he doesn't have an affidavit, right?
No,
The only affidavit in this account is from the agent.
so we wouldn't be able to use that because he didn't send me an affidavit.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have evidence from like a buffet of people.
Gotcha.
So I'm
So
gonna
just
present
ignore
the evidence from the affidavit. It's
Yeah.
notarized, right?
yes,
Which one is that?
So I believe it's the one that says,
it should be agent evidence.
yeah, agent evidence, and then the top, when you open it up, it'll have O'Connor and Associates in the top left-hand corner. I think that's what we need to do.
Yeah, he was picked up by the agent later after he'd already protested. So he had submitted some of his stuff.
Thank you. Scott, this account won't make good sense without them seeing it.
Lot size 15.
Yes, so we're Coconut Ridge. And this is, when you get out towards the end of Coconut Ridge Road, you start dealing with lots that are funky in size. That's what we're dealing with. And so that right there is Mr. Mahan's lot that's in blue.
Okay.
And right across the street is Mr. Mahan's house. So that's what we got going on here. And our first account is for that lot that we're dealing with.
So let me ask this, the house across the street and the dock on the other side of the road, two properties?
Two properties.
Okay.
Two individual properties. That's
And
correct.
you say 166? The account is for the plot or the house?
16966 is that lot. Scott, you can put the parcels back on the layer.
Okay, so the improvement is the dock.
Here,
or pier.
okay. All right,
We need to get the parcels back on there. It's almost halfway through down, Scott. That's, there you go. So did that say 16966?
Yes, it does.
That's where we're at, guys. Okay.
Yep.
So Coconut Ridge Road, small funky lots. That's where we're at. All right, so we're gonna look at this affidavit from O'Connor. 2021 scheduled hearing date. I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. This is for their property owners affidavit of evidence. This is section 1 is the owner's name. Mahan, Coconut Ridge Road, 630 Coconut Ridge Road. Section 2 is the unit, Coconut Ridge Unit 6, Block 7, Lot 8. Section 3 are the reasons for protest. We have incorrect appraised market, sometimes known as Q1, and then value is unequal compared to the other properties, Q2. Scrolling down, 4 is blank, 5 is blank, sort of. Then the next one here says, I think this is included in 5. Yeah, so this is the statement of owner. Aransas CAD 16966, property tax 2021, opinion of value 49,384. I'm assuming that is their opinion of value. Client ownership for 1966 was in 05. The pier was built in 10. Number 2020 or prior years comparables. No 2020 or prior years comparable sales to support the increase. OCA 2021 residential property survey detailed multiple flooding events for property depreciation. Client opinion of value $80,000. 45% depreciation applied to 180,000. 60. 2021 valuations due to property age and condition for 81,027 adjusted valuation. OCA 2021 Aransas vacant land assessment comparable data 7 parcels at 1485 average per square foot equals 34,734 and then 34,734 land plus improvement value of 14,650 is 49,384. 2021 opinion value 49,384. Let me ask a community question real quick. Does anybody know what OCA stands for? I do not. I probably maybe should, but I don't. I've never seen that before. We'll try to get an answer to that. It might be important. And then this statement here is that they don't intend, and then Deborah Key and for the notary, and if this was in Aransas County, if this was signed on the 1st of June. So then there's a residential property survey here. Homeowners market value opinion $80,000 under occupied node. Date of flooding, that's right after the storm in 17. Has your home been remodeled? No, there's not a home. So there's some, some things that you can check, disclosure type of thing. And then there's a note here that says, lot next door has dilapidated bulkhead. So Scott, if you want to go back to crypto and show them the lot next door. So, you can pick a side. I'm assuming he's talking about that lot there. But that's just a note in this updated. Aransas County land assessment comparable data. So you got Allen M. Parks, Clam, Ocean, Bel Air, and Ocean. And then this is good. I was wondering. So here's where he gets his $14.83 an average per square foot. Let me write that down. Okay. And if you remember, he talked about this up here in his OCA 2021 thing, that 1485. So down here, he shows his map. And it's from these land segments here. Then he shows a picture of our website for his account. Which I'm not going to read through all that. But maybe an important part in that is there since year 2021 and it goes down to year 2007 and shows the value and how much we changed it in 2020 to 2021. And then there's more data, just tons of data. And then appointment of agent. This is the appointment of agent form. This is where Mr. Mahan grants O'Connor to be able to be his agent. And it's signed 5/15 of 2021. So that's what that is. And that's the end of that. Go ahead.
Does it surprise you at all that there's between 2020 and 2021 a jump from 61,000 to 180,000?
It doesn't surprise me, but it surprised Mr. May.
That certainly would.
Yeah, that will surprise you for sure. That's is that 300%? Yeah, right. But yeah.
But yes, it's triple. Yeah.
Because usually we get the percentage. That's usually how people point that out to us. And I didn't see them do that.
But property in Pocono Ridge has been going up for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Why is this suddenly flat and then a jump?
We'll talk about it. In my cross time, and I'll get that down. I'll do that.
Quickly, the OCA 2021.
Yeah.
Eamon's guess, I think it's correct. O'Connor and Associates 2021 assessment value. It's their abbreviation for O'Connor and Associates.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I was thinking of some kind of industry term. That's what I was trying to.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, the best I can come up with the Office of Court Administration.
Hopefully that's not it. We're not there yet. All right. Something that I want to point out, I guess, even though they're up here in a cross time, which normally isn't done, I guess, with an affidavit, but I just want to point out that an agent did this, wasn't the owner. I don't even think the owner would have done something like this. This is frustrating. For me, this is frustrating. Charlie asked a good question. This is a very large increase. Why did you do this? Why? The agent got a number of $14.83 a square foot, and he used one property from Pocono Ridge, two properties from Pocono Ridge. The rest of them are Holiday Beach, Pocono Cove, and Bahia Bay. Pocono Ridge has probably 600 properties and probably 12 different land tables. There's no reason to do this. This is in my opinion, in cross, I would call this out. I would say this is inappropriate way to arrive at square footage value in Pocono Ridge by valuing Holiday Beach, Pocono Cove, and Bahia Bay, when Pocono Ridge has an abundant amount of properties that you can talk about. Charlie's question is the best question.
Yes.
So let's go back to visual. I just want to show you guys something, and tell you why we did what we
Took
did.
a while to get back.
These lots right here historically have been, people come into the appraisal district and say these lots are worthless because you can't do anything with them, so to speak. You know, when you look at them, you think you can't do anything with them. Well, one of these houses, is it that one, Scott? This house right here sold.
I think.
We'll make sure. And so why did we change the land value? We changed the land value because it sold for so much money. And that house doesn't have a septic tank. It's got a pump out tank. So now the appraisal district opinion is that these land are valued on a front foot. So we measure from here to here, and like the way we do Key Allegro, Bay Shore, or Ridge Harbor, and we put a price per front foot, and we say this actually is a viable lot. So that's where the argument's at now. That's the argument, is that it's now our opinion that this lot is no longer, that these lots are no longer, $50,000 water bayfront lots. And in the past, we weren't armed with the sale. So it's not rocket science. We need to find which one sold, Scott. I may have it right here.
Is that in your evidence?
Let's check. I have one. It could be. Let me get this. So we've got some front footage sales of land that are on Ridge Harbor. One of them is count number one, whatever, right, guys? I mean, that's a 7,000, almost, that's a 6,700 square foot lot, comparing it to a 2,300 square foot lot. Comp number two is a 3,600 square foot lot that sold for $150,000. So now we're seeing lots now we're seeing an example of a sale of a lot that's very small. Why would it sell for that? If you had a lot that was landlocked and it was 3,600 square feet, would it be worth anything? Probably not. But if you have a lot that's 3,600 square feet and it's waterfront, things start to change. We don't have the cell in the grid, Scott, so we may have to point it out because our cells are Ridge Harbor. Wait, is this it? This is it. We have it in the grid. Sorry, it's the fifth one. So it's 16969. Is that it?
That's it.
So that's it. So that place there sold for what did it sell for? $650,000. And gives you an indicated land value of $256,910. We don't think that's accurate. We don't think that's really the land. That's just, they paid $650 and we abstracted out all the improvements to the best of our knowledge and said that means that there's $250,000 worth left in the land. What that means probably is that they overpaid. Probably. We can't prove that other than we don't think the land's worth $250.
Can we look at the pictography? Yeah, let's see.
Yeah,
So what you're saying is it may not be worth 250, but you think it is worth 162.
or whatever it is we have on it. I don't even know what we have on it. We may have more than that on it. 180. So I'd like to look at 16934. It's the small lot that sold for $150,000 in October of 2020. So if you'll picture that for us, Scott, that would be worth looking at. I don't have a clue which one it is, so I'd like to see it. So that That's it right there. And that's on the bay side, and that is 1,300 square feet bigger. And it's sold for 150, and that's Ridge Harbor. So the data points are, you got that one selling at 150. And you've got another residential sale on that on Coconut Ridge Road selling for 650, abstracting out a land value of 250. So then you're just left with, the land value doesn't appear to be $50,000. That appears that we have been wrong. And so now it's us trying to figure out what's right. And it's difficult to know for sure. And that's why it ended up in here. You know, it's not easy.
You said the one that sold for 150 is larger, but
About 1,300 square feet, but just keep in mind that we're not valuing it by square feet.
right, it's just a lot.
But it's okay for reference to say,
Right.
well, that one's this big, that one's this big, you know? And I thought personally in the past, I thought the argument that you couldn't have a septic tank, and you had to have a pump out tank. I really bought into that argument because I would not want to do that. And then someone bought a house for $650 and they're going to have a schedule where a suction truck comes by every so often and empties, you know, their 300-gallon tank, and that's going to be part of their life. That's interesting. I wouldn't choose to do that myself. So I don't know. That's it. Ask me questions.
So these lots,
You see the median value. We didn't look at that. I'm sorry. I should have said this. The median value on our sales grid is 168, not 180.
okay,
And the median value on our equity grid is 180. But by our sales grid alone, it says we're high.
168.
That's what our sales grid says.
Yeah,
It's-
so if you knock off that, it'd be about $12,000, which would be, if you took that off the land value of 162, now you're down to 150, which is what this other lot sold. I'm thinking that's probably a pretty good number. Total of about 168.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds.
Would you do 150 and 18?
Yes, 150 and 18.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I couch it that way?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna make it 168.
Yeah.
Drop $60. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-166, account number 16966. When considering incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of an appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $180,060 down to $168,000. And that amount should be contributed to the land portion of this property, not the improvements.
The 18 that I got was the improvements.
Right.
So we started with 150 and added the 18 for improvements.
Right.
But you just said didn't include, this was just the land part, not improvements.
Okay, I didn't mean. for
That's
that
what
to
you
be-
said in your motion.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I believe that's what you said.
Be confused. Just that the improvements part, let me make this motion. The improvement part of this remain at $18,060. The total value of the appraisal then would be $168,060, including the land.
Right, so that includes, that is lowering the land to 150, 162. Okay.
Second,
I second.
in favor? Aye. 209.
The next one, yes.
Yeah, now, let me, just on a side note, the property description, they said was incorrect. We didn't really address that.
There's about 5 things that are not addressed. I mean, they did check like 4 or 5 boxes.
And I think you did
I don't know if
address
we-
some of that in the evidence. They addressed some of that in their evidence. I thought I saw.
The last one?
Well, it's confusing.
Those items would be up to them, percent.
In their owner's, in their affidavit from O'Connor, they have Q1 and Q2 checked. That's their affidavit from O'Connor. And then this account also has a taxpayer protest.
They have, on it, they have other exemption denied and property description.
So there's some confusion here. But it's my opinion that they hired O'Connor here. They signed that they hired O'Connor, and our signed affidavit is from O'Connor. And in O'Connor's reasons for protest, it's Q1 and Q2, which I think you guys addressed.
That's right, and that's what I was thinking
And
too.
addressing everything under the sun without the signed affidavit, I just don't think so. Maybe we find out later that that's okay, but I don't think so.
Does that get addressed back to them? Because you're right, it is confusing. The taxpayer protest form does include some quote evidence.
So you would think in that case, what needs to happen is you need to not hire an agent. And you need to say, I got this. I got all my stuff in, I'm ready to go. You hire an agent and they send another form in and it's signed affidavit and you're not here to say otherwise. Then I don't know what else you guys can really do other than go with what's notarized.
Yeah.
Because nothing else is under oath. And that's the problem for us, you know?
Yep.
So, and I would say it's unfortunate, actually.
Good question, Scott.
It is unfortunate. There's another case, right? It's case 209.
209.
Yes.
Do we swear in again? Do we do all that, Charlie, or do we just sign this time? It's the same account. I mean, the same owner and stuff.
It's this, yeah, we just need to swear in.
Just swear in again.
And we need to do the 4166.
Okay.
Right. So we're opening a hearing on case ID number 2021-209, account 65773. This is the same owner as the previous case. Therefore, we'll forego the prologue and go directly to swearing in. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Hey, we'll get started here on taxpayer evidence.
It's got the same.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this again. We have multiple protests in this account, but we have one that's notarized. It's from the agent, which is O'Connor and Associates. I'm going to read that as evidence. This is just so that everyone knows what we're talking about here. This is a condo in Key Allegro called Marina Club, and they are at the end of Mazatlan. Kind of nestled into Key Allegro condos. They're just right there by the marina. It's not a large complex.
This is 209.
Did I read the wrong thing?
No.
This is correct.
This sheet says one thing, some of the evidence seems to be something else.
So what I think that is we all need to back out of our docket and come back into it.
Okay.
And let's see if it refreshes, because it may be trying to upload what was previously there, like mine is showing. It at first showed Company Ridge Road, now it's showing $10.
I was gonna say, you could go up here if you want.
Yeah, I'm okay now.
Okay.
Okay now. Should be in account 65773. And it does have the owner as Pocono Ridge Road, so it's going to show that address. Make sure you look at the description of the property, which is 28 Sandollar. Looks like.
Now, are you looking at the one called taxpayer evidence PDF?
No, I'm looking at property owners affidavit of evidence. Tax.
Property owners.
Oh, wait, taxpayer evidence PDF. I'm sorry, that's the name of the file. Yes,
Okay.
yes,
So Q1 and Q2
yes.
tick for 28 sand dollar.
28 Sandollar unit
Okay.
B3. And we get down here to section 5. And the owner opinion of value is 272,576 on PID 65773. Client ownership was in 2012, built in 2006. No 2020 or prior years comparable sales to support increase. O'Connor's opinion is 2021 residential property survey detail and condition as average with poor exterior siding and painting, poor exterior windows and doors that need to be replaced. Client opinion, $280,000. 20% depreciation applied to 340 due to property age and condition for 272,576. Adjusted valuation. O'Connor 2021 neighborhood equity analysis. Analysis is 302,442. And 2021 opinion of value is 272,576. We're going to have Deborah Keene here representing O'Connor, and signed in on June 1st in Aransas County. And then we go to this residential property survey, which just talks about the property, the square footage, the account number, the year, home owner's market value opinion 280, owner occupied no, sold in the last 24 months no, has a structure flooded no, are there still issues no, has it been remodeled no, poor exterior, poor siding and painting, average roof, average foundation reflects minor repairs, average foundation reflects major repairs which have been done, average window condition, average bathroom, average kitchen, average cracks in sheetrock, average flooring, average smoke and or pet odors, average wiring, electrical problems, average plumbing leaks, and other issues, average tile color, and poor windows and doors need to be replaced or repaired or replaced. And that's signed by Lawrence Mayhem, the owner. And he says, overlooking junkyard left on Marina since Hurricane Harvey. Landscape not repaired since freeze 2021. Repairs after Hurricane Harvey completed to a much lower standard than original. And then we have a Aransas residential assessment comparable data. So Sandollar B3, Sandollar F, Sandollar Unit G, and Sandollar Unit H, and those are all at 28 Sandollar. So I think those are all in the Marina Club, and it's subject for, it's going through, and this is their software doing some comparison work showing a median ratio, showing how much per square foot, and then saying subject proposed appraised value of 309,442, according to their software. The other thing that we had talked about earlier was the owner's opinion. Then it talks about how they do some adjustments, 2% of improved value per year for comps within 3+ years and so on. Aransas residential assessment comparable data. I'm not sure what all is saying there. Criteria applied. And that's just the accounts, and that's that grade 7520 is the class, that's the condo class. It's just specific to the condo. And then this is the appointment of agent form. That is, I want my agent to receive the following and so on, and then signed by Mr. Mayhem on 5/15. And that's it. That's all there. So I think there's two numbers that's in my cross time, there's two numbers that stood out. One was the owner's opinion value, which was 272. And then the other was the subject proposed appraised value. Is that our number or their number? I need to find that out. Let me write this number down. 309,442. Okay, let's go to our evidence. We'll all look at it for the first time. Okay, that must be there, I guess. Yeah, all right. So this is a condo, and it is in Key Allegro. It's on Sand Dollar. The way you get to it is you turn on Mazatlan, and then you turn right on Sand Dollar right before you get to the Key Allegro, what used to be the marina, and it's also, there's a pool and a community building there in Key Allegro. So are there any sales? Interestingly, O'Connor said in their comparable data that there's not any. They said not in the current year or prior. But here's one in 2021. This is unit A2 in the same complex, 7520. Sold for 323. When the numbers are compared back and forth, there's some adjustments for main area that have to do with size. Indicates a value of 337. There's another one in February of 2021, sold for 370. There's no adjustments. It's the exact same everything. Sold for 370 in February of 2021. Gives a value of 370 because there's no adjustments. Now we have a sale in 19. There wasn't any sales in 20, so we had to go back 1 more year. So we used 2 from 2021, 1 from 19. Gives a value of 303,808. What's the difference between 19 and 2021? It's a little bit of a case study here. That's the market. That's how much it's changed. So somebody in 19 may have thought that 303 was too much to pay for a condo, but now people are paying, 337 to 370. Equity comes out to 347.20, the exact same number as the market value. When you see this in a condo association or in congruent places like this, you should never be surprised, because all it's saying is we're valuing everybody in the exact same way, which we should be doing because it's software. And that's it. There's a little bit of a change on the last page, and it has to do with square footage. You can see it capturing it there, giving you median value that is the exact same to the dollar as the market value. The sales value actually says that we're like $3,000 high on the median value for the sales comparison approach. Should be around 337. And that's it.
Yep, 337. That's funny, that's what I would do. We're using the same software.
No, when you do the motion, just say no evidence of exemption, denial, or property description and corrections presented.
Okay. All right, so I move on case, go ahead.
And I will do
Even, okay.
that's fine. Actually,
Yeah, okay. On case ID 2021-209, account number 65773, and considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded the median level of appraisal of equity, 6 exemption was denied, modified, or changed, Q11 property description is incorrect. I move that we lower the current appraised value from $340,720 down to $337,000 even, based on evidence given by the district. There was no evidence shown to this board about Q6. Exemption was denied, modified, or canceled, nor did the property owner's agent give us any evidence of property description being incorrect.
my second.
All in favor?
All right.
Opposed?
And your morning is done.
You did good on those.
1:30.
1:30.
Yes.
We are recessed to 1:30. Ooh.
Have a good lunch.
Certainly.
Wasn't this your day to bring it one?
Oh, no, I think that was.
Oh. I was confused.
Like you got Scott all happy and that's another.
I know. Oh, we're gonna need more.
For the keyword.
The waste.
1-336, account 20105. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office. 1-336, account 20105. This hearing is being recorded. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office. 1-336, account 20105. This hearing is being recorded. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you after feedback about your experience today with the access of the appraisal district. 1-336, the hearing is being recorded. Hang in there, Tracy. We're working on it.
Playing also
Previous. I don't know what
I have
happened.
that not muted right here, Scott. This is not blinking, so that's
Yeah.
the way it should be.
And that's yeah, that's okay. That's where she's hearing it through this. I just turned this down. But see, the thing is, it's the YouTube that is going, but it's playing the YouTube like it's open, but it's not.
Aiming around because he's fixed this before.
Yeah. But yeah, that's where she's hearing it.
Aransas can't hit mute.
This right here.
Can I proceed?
No.
Sorry, ma'am, for the trouble.
That was fine. All of a sudden, it just, you could hear everything. I didn't even touch it. See, every time
Bear with us, we're working on it.
Sure, no problem. I understand.
Can I proceed? Tracy, you're always waiting.
Sorry, ma'am.
Is she on the phone? Yes.
Well, you don't have to have this turned up for that.
Can she hear it?
So, ma'am, you can hear us, right?
I can hear you.
Oh,
So it's recording, and we're fine. We can figure this out later.
Okay.
We can do this and just
Then
go
I will
forward here.
proceed.
But this is fine.
Tracy,
It's
I'm gonna
recording, we're all
prologue
good.
again.
This is just turned down. The next one comes on.
You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. After this hearing, there'll be a letter that goes out to you with a particular thing. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Tracy, we have all your evidence, right?
Yes.
Very good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.60.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Kathy Hopkins, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Tracy, I'm assuming that since you signed the affidavit, you're under oath for the duration of this hearing. Okay, thank you, Mike.
My name is Mike Soto, I'm calling square firm testimony company, principal people in the county prison.
Tracy, do you have an appraiser's license?
No, sir.
Thank you. Do you have handy the hearing procedure times? It's a chart with,
That's right.
you have it?
Yeah, y'all had added in the document.
Yes.
Sent over.
Yes, excellent. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
You the district can go first, that'd be fine.
Okay, Mike?
Sure. The subject is on Conlin Drive, number 11 Conlin Drive. You can see that we currently have a valuation of $97,900 for the property. Can you hit that one light? There we go. You can see that what we have is $97,100. We have a warehouse good, also having TP covered forge, storage in an open forge right there, and then the land element associated with the area that this is. On the next page, you'll see the actual pictometry imagery. And you can see from, since we have that up, you can pull up the other pictometry if you want. You already have it open? Yeah, good. Turn it to the side. Turn it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and you can see that it's, it's kind of a double or triple lot, I think. It's pretty wide. But that's the subject property. I believe that let's see, what is marked as protest? It's just 02. Yeah, it's just 02, which is appraisal ratio. It has to do with equity with other properties. And so obviously equity is tied to market value. Market value is not under protest right now by the property owner. But to be equitable, you have to be both accurate and equitable. One of the things about the subject is if you'll go to sales, one of the things I want to point out is just that the subject sold this last year for $138,000, $570. That's our indicated value that we show on that sale. But we didn't go to that price because that's not what's under protest. What's under protest is comp equity, and these are other warehouses and how are they appraised in relation to the subject. So the subject is on 11 Conlin. It's currently appraised at $97,900. See how this has a warehouse good. Now that's compared to comp number 1, which is a warehouse average. That one's at 51. The difference there's a couple of differences. One, it's a smaller lot, but you can see that there's an adjustment there. And then there's the class itself. There's an adjustment there. The rendered value, when you look at those differences, is 94,000 and change. On comp number 2, that one is on 14 Conlin. And that's a warehouse excellent. It's bigger than the subject. It's a better class than the subject, but it has less land than the subject. That one's currently appraised at $146,000. When you compare it to the subject, it renders a value of 103. The third comp is also in Conlon. Also another warehouse average. Average is less than the subject, less class than the subject. It's also less square footage on the land, so there's an adjustment there. It's appraised at 65.7. And if you compare it to the subject in those same terms, where you adjust everything, all of the specific elements, that renders a value of 111. So when you look at those three comps that we have, you have an indicated value of, or I'm sorry, the the three comps that we have for the equity, we have 94, 103, and 111. The 103, which is the median of the three, supports the value of the 97.9 that we have on the subject property. So market value is always tied to equity within a specific area, but then you want to know, okay, beyond that, how are we doing these others? And then you make the appropriate adjustments. On the next page, you can kind of see a close-up of what this was. It's just it's the covered area, the garage area, and then that side area that you have. Also a hookup. It says, I'm sorry. It sold in, I think, June of last year. I think it was June of last year.
Okay. So Tracy, you have 2 minutes for protester cross-examination. You can ask questions of Mike, and then you have 5 minutes for your presentation. So I will give you 7 minutes.
Okay, my first question is how can you compare how 14 Common Drive, when it is a house, compared to ours, it's just a garage storage? What's the comparison there?
Right, that's a great question. So that one's a warehouse excellent, which is an air-conditioned space. We've seen these, these are becoming more popular, where you get like a barndominium attached to a garage kind of thing. And that's a great question. That's an air-conditioned space, so it's an excellent. On the equity grid, it is marked as an excellent.
Excuse me, I could not hear you. What did you say on the last part?
The one that you indicated is marked as excellent, which is congruent with the air-conditioned space. So there's an adjustment there, ma'am.
Okay, and what year was that one built?
I think on the grid it indicates the year built there. So that one is excellent. That was built in 2018.
Well, I just don't see how any of these can compare to it. And I sent pictures. It is an empty shell, and it just is a covered patio to cover the RV. So that's why I'm kind of concerned about how, just because it's sold at a certain value, we're having a lot of issues there. Because nobody disclosed the drainage. But we'll get to when I can bring in some of that and go on that.
Okay. If anytime you're ready for your presentation, go ahead.
Okay, well, can y'all see the pictures that I sent in?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, if you look at them, and I know I talked to Mr. Reed at the road bridge. There is a lot of drainage issues there on Common, and I know it's a gravel road, but the drainage system that's supposed to go in, the water supposed to, drain to, is blocked. And it's a big issue with the golf course is got drainage over there, that's blocked over there, but they won't let the county in. So therefore, I can't even drive my car through it to get to my own property. Well, I kind of put this on the county because you pay taxes for it. I understand you're working on it, but it isn't, when somebody goes to buy this, and if this is disclosed, which it should have been disclosed to us, the property can't be worth anything because now, like today, since the drainage is draining, it's smelling the sewer. It's smelling a backup. That's a health issue. And I've been talking to your people about it, but nothing's been done. So I think that it's going to make my property depreciate because it's not a good thing to deal with right now. I just don't know what to do about it. And was it disclosed when we bought the property that I show you pictures of exactly what I'm talking about. I don't think the property now is in value with the other houses because my property is affected the most from the drainage. Plus, it can't compare to the other properties because it is just warehouse.
Is that the street, is that the street that we're looking at, or is that actually water on the property?
That is water in the street that will not drain. And the county is aware of it. It is an issue at the golf course. Is the people who own that will not give the county an easement to clear the drainage there. So therefore, we're stuck. And I kind of think now that's why the person sold the property and took it and ran and didn't say anything to us about it. Because right now it's just good. And I will say that the county has been out there because I have security cameras and I can see them go out there, but still the fact that like right now, it's not good.
So does that water just sit there for some long period of time and just till it evaporates, or what happens?
Until it gets really hot and evaporates, but right now it's only the sewer because it can't go down the sewer drain, I guess.
So can you drive through that now?
Right now, as long as you're on the road, you can, but if you get off the road, you're gonna have an issue. And the only reason I know that, because we went to mow it yesterday, and that's when we're like, oh, Lord, it is not good. And I know Mr. Reed has been very helpful with the county road and bridge, and I know that he's working on it, but the fact remains that it's still an issue. And I really think that nobody took into account what we have to deal with over there.
Okay, you still have almost 2 minutes if you want
I mean,
to tell us anything else.
I disagree with the value, but you know, I don't know what else I can say. You got to see the pictures that I have. I'm not lying about what's in it. There's no bathrooms, there's no kitchen. It is not a livable space. It's just for storage. And everything else you show me, I can't say that there's a storage because I don't know the inside of their building. But I do know some of the people right next to me have a beautiful condominium, and their taxes are nowhere near.
What address
That's
is
the
that?
Starkeys.
What
That would
address?
be Starkeys.
What address is that?
They're at 9 Conlin and 8 Conlin. And if you have a property value of 65,700 and 31,000, and that's a beautiful brand new condominium. That is, and it's right next to me.
Thank you for
So
that.
how, excuse me?
Thank you for that information.
Mhm. I mean, that's only at 97,000, but it's the actual house, bedrooms, kitchens, and bathrooms, because I've been in it. So I just think that it's an unfair market value to us. And that's all I have to say. I know we'll be going forever and it's not gonna do it. Let's just move forward.
Okay, Mike, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for district rebuttal.
Yeah, you know, in looking at the subject property owner's photos, you know, this is congruent with just a nice storage. She does have an air conditioning unit at the back, but it's, you can see that it's not finished now, like to a living space. You can see that right there. But it does
And
not.
actually, we just put that AC in this weekend because the mosquitoes are so bad down there. It's kind of like just go into and not when we sleep, so we can take a break in there while we're working and then come back out.
Okay.
And I just put that in this weekend.
Okay. You know, the subject property owner brought up some other things at either 8 or 9 Conlin, but again, people don't invite us into their homes.
I understand, and I understand that, but that's why I wanted to show the proof.
Yeah, thank you.
We not live in there.
Yeah, in 8 and 9 Conlin, so those are living spaces inside of 8 and 9.
Yes, they have a big bardominium, and I've been inside of it, and it's a 2-story, one story with a loft, and they have bedrooms and bathrooms, and it's nice.
Okay.
Kudos to them.
Yeah, we'll make sure to make an adjustment for them next year. Sometimes people just don't tell us and we understand that. But we'll make an adjustment to theirs next year. As far as the subject property goes, market value is done in the protest. Although if you were to make any kind of consideration for anything, flooding, say, hey, flooding's an issue. The comps that I showed are all uncommon. They all have the same market forces. They all have the same flooding issues.
Oh, no, I disagree. Because when you look at those pictures, that water, it stops right before my property line on the right-hand side and goes right to my left-hand side of my property line. So it's only affecting me. It's not affecting either one of my neighbors. Now, there's one on the left side of me, yeah, they're having problems going through, but it directs that drainage ditch and the drain going to the sewer line. That is on my property.
And this is the district's time to talk, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're
Yeah, and so what I would say is that you have drainage issues that your property owners brought. Maybe it's worse in front of hers than it is everybody else, but it's a problem for the street. From an equity standpoint, they're all appraised in the same name table. There are differences in the classifications of the warehouses. Subject property owners brought new information to us that we're going to adjust 8 and 9 next year. We can't do anything about that now for those other properties. But if this is all tied around market value, then you start at market value, which that's what the most probable price that a property would transact. What we have is 136. And then she now knows that, hey, flooding is an issue that she would have to disclose, and maybe it doesn't sell for 136 again. Maybe it sells for 106 or 96. We're at 97 on the property. It sells for something less. But again, that's not what's protested. What's protested is equity. How are these other things appraised? Again, subject property owner said, hey, these things are nicer than mine. Didn't know that. We're going to adjust those other ones next year. It doesn't make hers any less valuable. We have hers as a good. It's a nice structure. It's a really robust looking structure. As far as the others that are there, I can, I'll look at those to see if we can put in air conditioned spaces on those other things. Yeah, it sounds like, from a market value standpoint, maybe she wasn't fully informed from a flooding issue. But if you were to discount everything, you start at the market price, the market transaction, and then you start adjusting. And when you're looking at that, it's a street issue. It's not a property issue. Does it affect her? Yeah. Does it affect everybody on the street? Yeah. But we have everybody equally appraised, but they're all on the same name. So that's what I've got.
Okay, Tracy, you have 2 minutes for protester rebuttal.
I disagree with him. It does affect my property value. Would affect, I would be honest trying to sell the property if I had to tell somebody, hey, this is the reason why. But I do think that it's grossly over. We're talking about a $30,000 increase of taxes, appraisal value.
And you said
$38,000, $500. That's a lot. That's a big difference. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Mike, you have a minute to close then.
Yeah, all I would say is that I don't know that she didn't hear me. Does the flooding affect her? The answer that I said was yes, but it affects everybody on that street. It affects hers, and she said I disagreed with that, but we're in agreement it would affect her. And then I said she would have to disclose it. So 2 things that she said there, we're in agreement on. There's no issue there. The issue is she equitably assessed? Is she appraised in equal fashion? And one of the things that I did not present, but I will say, that in this entire area, if you look at the appraisal ratio median, which is what is protested, we're at 1%. We're at 1. We're if you go to the end of the sales ratio report, we're at 1. And that's really what's under protest. Is she appraised in an equitable fashion? Is she above the median? She's not. Do they have issues? Yeah. Do they all have issues? Probably.
Okay, Tracy, you have 1 minute for any final thoughts you want to tell us?
I just would take into consideration that it is, again, a garage, it's not a home. That's all I have to say.
Okay. All right, we have 5 minutes to deliberate.
I think she knows. And what she said, it was more of a problem for her than neighbors. Okay, more specifically on this parcel, we call that. I don't know if it's going to get resolved, maybe the county at some point. But if she was put that on the market and exposed, she would have to do what it said. She's not going to get anywhere near what she paid for. So if it's been appraised equitably, probably, but in the whole scheme of things, but she does have the problem she has. See, it's not a little water issue is huge.
Mike, for non-living space, non-air conditioned, I'll say non-air conditioned, non-living space, warehouse good is the correct.
Warehouse good is a very good warehouse. Warehouse excellent is the living space.
Okay.
So you can have warehouse low is just the basic shell, like maybe some gravel even on the inside.
Okay.
Warehouse, that's low. Then you have average, that's just like an average basic. And then you have good that has the iron's good on the inside, it's of a higher quality, but it's still warehouse. Once you get to warehouse excellent, that's an air conditioned barn dominium space or box. Or
Kathy, what's your view?
I think she has some real problems. So,
can you hit that like that?
I don't know. I'll go back somewhere between 1994 and 1979. 1979.
You got a number in mind?
I would consider going back to 1994 and the water situation.
Yeah, the thing that's confusing is how to, or at least in my mind, is how to differentiate between the land and the improvements. The effects of the land, which I believe is the flooding, okay, effect there, rolls into the value of improvements. So that's just what I'm trying to sort out.
I think $10,000 to $15,000 reduction might be reasonable.
Off the land?
Off the whole thing.
Also.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That would bring us to approximately 74,000. We were from 69 to 74,000 total.
yeah, I'm with Kathy though. I might start. Just trying to do some math.
Well, you said 69 to 74, about 69.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it last sell?
Tracy, you bought the property for 130, is that correct?
That's correct.
Already substantially under what they paid. They're already substantially under what they paid for.
Oh, yeah. That's something that they still. to buy that and all the tax situations. Potentially what happens then, she has to disclose. County's gonna, hopefully is gonna fix it someday. Then the price can be jacked back up to where it should be. I mean,
If we were to put an adjustment, Mike, is it something that you could make contingent on once the drainage is fixed?
This board can make any decision they want.
I'm just saying from your side. Can you,
I would not agree with any of them. Because we're talking coming off the one night, but thank you for asking. I would not agree with any worth of time. Equity is under protest.
that's true.
You're not doing anything crazy. All you're doing is you're ruling on the presentation.
They're already
They're being treated equally, like their neighbors.
7,000.
Ma'am, thank you for your time. I'm gonna let the board make their decision. Nobody gets the next case. Thank you for your time. You did make a good presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
Well, I have 69,000.
I can go for that.
Motion?
Okay. So on case ID 2021-336, account 20105. When taking into consideration Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, equity value. The arbitration review board agrees to lower the 2021 appraisal from 97,900 to 69,500.
Second. All in favor? That's it, Tracy.
All right, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Y'all have a good day. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
All right, the next one's gonna be on Zoom. Case number 257. Our Living Trust 257. Is that 130? It's hiding.
What is it?
Zoom? Oh, sorry. It is 16381. Our Living Trust.
Just pop these two up. Sorry.
do what now?
I'm just gonna pop these up. 168. Okay, no, let's see.
So is the guy on the phone there? coming
Yeah,
in?
she should be in Zoom.
She's in there.
Yeah, she's waiting. We're going.
When you turn this on,
Oh,
you
yeah,
can hear the
okay.
meeting.
So you can't now. Because the phone's on.
Is the problem.
I
Okay,
think that's,
okay.
we'll see. This is going, that's going to save me. Did you let him in?
Oh, not yet, we didn't see. Let him in.
Yeah.
Next one here. So,
Yeah, they can get going. They can get going.
she's muted. Did I meet her?
She's not.
No,
She has
she,
no video.
yeah, she can hear, but she's not. Shut.
Oh,
And that's what I get for drinking two Coke before I walk in here. Had to go.
Carla, can you hear us? She's not talking. She was talking.
background host.
But she is
Stop
muted.
working.
She is muted there.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, what's that?
Just. It's going over and it's using this. Should a little let us see.
Should we call
Well, her, she doesn't appear to be saying anything, or also her computer may just be muted. No, it's not the volume. It's
Yeah, because you would see the little microphone.
How many more do we have?
Carla?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
You there?
Yep.
Carla?
Hello?
Yeah, this is Charlie.
Yes.
This is Charlie Powers, the Credit Review Board. We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. So if you would,
Okay.
just follow along with it, and I'll have some
Sure.
questions on the way. Okay?
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-257, account 16381. This hearing is being recorded. With the appraisal review board, will be hearing the protest today. We do not work with the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you for feedback about your experience. There will be access to the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Information will be provided to you with our determination. After this hearing, there will be a letter sent out with the particulars to you, and it'll tell you about appealing. In accordance with tax code 4145H, all written appeal that has been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Carla, I'm assuming that you're under oath as you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mike?
I think it's my do solemnly swear affirm
Carla, do you have a Texas appraiser's license?
A Texas driver's license? Yes.
Appraiser's license.
Oh, no.
Okay. The governor makes me ask that question. Do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on something called hearing procedure time? It's a chart that was in the package that was sent to you.
I actually don't have it in front of me, but I do recall it. The 5 minutes allowance for myself, and then yes.
Exactly.
I do.
So
Yes.
you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
I don't mind going first. I really don't have a whole lot to say. It definitely won't take 5 minutes. So
Okay.
if you like first, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay. No, I really don't have a lot of evidence. I did see where I was given that opportunity to provide evidence. I really wasn't even sure what evidence I would provide on my behalf. However, I just honestly, just a very simple, basic complaint that, or not even a complaint, I guess. I understand where all y'all are coming from, but I was just shocked. I just bought this property in December, and to see it increase 73% in 6 months was really shocking to me. I own a lot of have owned a lot of property over the years. I've never, ever seen anything like that. My husband and I are wanting to retire when we had chosen Rockport to build our home, our retirement home. We've gone to Rockport for many, many, many years since we were children, and we love Rockport. So we kind of chose that to be our retirement home. So 73%, which is what it increased since December. And I do realize there was a discrepancy from prior to Hurricane Harvey, and it did drop a little bit during that period of time. But I'm talking about from December of 2020 to when I got this notice, no improvements, not one improvement was made other than we mowed the yard. And 73% just seemed very unjust to me. And I understand that the county has been through a lot, and I am totally supporting, and I'm very impressed with the improvements that have been made. My husband and I are very great taxpayers. I mean, we would make a very positive improvement to the property. And we did own another property on a different road on East Speckled Trout. Very nice property. So it just made us stop and take a step back and go, whoa, if this can happen, do we really want to build there? Because I just think that's really an unreasonable increase. And that's really all I have. I have no evidence. I'm just speaking from the heart and telling you that it just doesn't seem quite right to be that big of a jump. And it's very unfortunate, because that was kind of where we had planned to do our retirement. And I'm not sure now if that's the type of tax increases we're going to see, if we can even afford to live in Rockport. So that's my 5 minutes, which only lasted probably 2. And I thank you for letting me speak, but I really don't have anything other than that.
Okay. All right. Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, and 5 minutes for your presentation. Sure.
The only thing I have under question for the cross is just verifying the sales price. We have, from our information, we have 140,000 was the last sale.
Yes.
So for the record, the subject property sold for 140. The only thing under process with market value is the market value sales transaction relevant. It always is, whether it's higher or lower. In this case, it's actually the sales price is actually lower than the price we have on the market. You know, we currently have on the market. We have 141. She paid 140.
Yes.
But she was.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just thinking. And so with that, I'm just going to go into the evidence that we have.
And the property was for sale for a long time. I know we overpaid for it, but we want. Yes.
This is Mike's time. You'll get another.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought when he paused, I was supposed to respond. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay, man. Thank you so much. I'm just going to go through some evidence real quick, and then we'll have a little bit of back and forth. Okay.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So what we have is 141,190 on the subject property. You can see that it has a $4 per unit price, and that's congruent with that. If you'll just diminish that, it's $4 per square foot. So notice that it has an 85% adjustment on it. I think that's for its long and skinny nature. If you look at the property, like it's kind of like it looks like a little diamond in here. It's just it's not. I guess if everybody had their brothers, they'd be on the rectangle in the water, perfect view or whatever. This is not that. This is just an odd shaped lot. I believe that that's what the adjustment for, but without looking into it more, I wouldn't know. Moving forward, these are the sales that happened, and it's amazing because you can see we hardly ever have sales in this area. We really hardly ever have sales along the Adwall or Copano Cove, but to the east side of Copano Cove. And this was an area that we actually had 3 sales at, and hers was one of them. Hers was the biggest one by far. It sold for $140,000. And you can see that was in 12. This was December of 20. In November of 20, 109 Gadwall sold. Now, obviously, that's a much smaller lot. That's one of those, rectangular jobs. It's only 6,700 square feet. So you're talking almost a factor of 8 there, something like that. as far as the size.
Mhm.
That one sold for 3310, 33,010. The last one that you have is sold for 24,050. But if you look at those dollars per square foot that's indicated, the subject property, you have 487 for comp number 2, and you have 453 for comp number, gosh, my thing just wigged out.
3.
483. I'm gonna step up right here. So notice that this says this is a baseline price for class. But it's actually 340 is where it is, but it's 4 times 85%, so that's 340. Notice that this one sold at 337, this one sold at 487, and this one sold at 453. The median value is 426 of those. Let's take that. I can look at the land detail if you want to see if there's any economy of size in there, but I think they're already $1, almost $2, 340 right now. It is at the market value. The market value sale is always relevant to the subject. In this case, it should go. I mean, she's not the only sale in there, but if you wanted to go to 140, you can go to 140. Can you, with the permission of the owner and the board, can I look at the land detail to see what that land table looks like? Ma'am, can I look at the land table? See the
Oh,
price?
certainly. Yes, sir.
So this is the detail, which is this 1291C. This is the code. Hit detail and go to range. So her square, see, it says 35,000 right there. So if her square footage is, hers is over the 35,000. So anything over 35,000 is going to be at the $4. So anything is going to be right in here. Anything under 35,000 is going to be at 490. So all those others are at 490.
And the reason she's at 3 something is because of
The diamond shape. I would suppose,
Yeah.
without looking into the,
Right.
it just says area 85 right here.
Yeah.
And it's probably because it's a weird shape.
Yeah.
And that's all I've got. Yeah. I have time, so I have to
Bring up the pictometry, please. Why is it just an aberration that road goes into the property?
Yeah, for sure.
That's just an aberration?
Yeah, that's big time. This is big time.
Okay.
Center one.
Just want to be sure.
Not going.
It wasn't easement or something.
No,
Okay.
not to my knowledge. That little at the end of the cul-de-sac is where the road is.
Yeah. Okay.
Like a nice piece of property. Two sides.
Okay, you finish mine?
That's it. That's all I got.
Okay. Carly, you have 2 minutes for protester cross-examination and 2 minutes for protester rebuttal, so I'll give you 4 minutes.
Well, I didn't realize y'all used what I paid for the property on the value. Part of what we looked at when we made our decision to buy, and we knew we were paying high. And from what I heard, it had been on the market a while. Was the fact that the tax records was 80, I think 81,000. I don't have that right in front of me. That was a big decision maker for us because we were willing to pay more because there's we like the property. We know it's a weird shape, and really they say that there's, a lot of room on there, but there's really not. If you want to build, there's just it only really supports, in my opinion, one property. But part of the reason that one of the deciding factors was the value that it was appraised at by the Aransas County group. So yeah, we were willing to pay a little bit more. We didn't realize that they were going to go in and take what we paid and make that the new value, because it didn't increase in value 73% in 6 months without a single improvement. Just because I was willing to pay more doesn't quite seem fair that that suddenly becomes the new value if it wasn't, it's the same land. If it wasn't considered to be valuable in December and 6 months later it was, that just seems a little odd. I own a property in a lot of different counties, and I know that all of them, they're valued more than what the tax rolls show. I mean, that's just pretty common in Texas. And so, yeah, it just, and I was fine with some increase, but it just seemed too high. And again, I know I'm without any evidence, I probably don't have much of a chance here, but I just am showing you or telling you how it appears to us. And that's all I really have.
Okay. Mike, you have 2 minutes for this.
Right. All I would say is that, in rebuttal, that you could pick a lot out there, and she wasn't the only one that increased that. I mean, we didn't look at equity, but if you look at my equity grid, those are all appraised at a higher price per square foot because of their size. They're going to be on that same street. But I mean, pick one. Just pick one, and we'll look at last year's value. I mean, that. It's okay to say, it's okay to question and say, like mine went up and everybody else goes up. I mean, that's a fair question. But I mean, let the ARB go back to Big Country and pick one on their street. I mean, anyone you want. You give me an ID number and we'll pick.
Put the one right across the waterfront there. That's 616376.
Which one are you looking at?
One right down there in the bottom.
That one is appraised at what, 34? Go back to the. That's 124. Which one did you look at? I didn't see.
It was right down the bottom.
16376. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to roll history. Yeah, that one was 106. 124. Not quite a big, not quite the percentage. I was looking on CAD. I mean, that's fair. I mean, they went up as well.
Yeah.
Mike's kind of done with you.
Yeah, the only thing on the protest is market value. So property owners are paid 40 or 140. It is an odd shaped lot.
Okay, Carly, you have one minute for closing. Anything else you want to tell us?
No, not really. Are y'all just basing this 73% increase on sales, or is there something else? Because there definitely were no improvements made to the land. So this is strictly just sales in the area.
Yes, ma'am. It's just market value change. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So anything I do to this property now is going to make it just outrageous for me to live in Rockport. I mean, if there's no improvements at all, now the next year, if I put improvements on it, I'm going to see another increase and another increase, and that's just the way it is, I guess. Do you guys feel like 70, or maybe you can't comment, but do y'all not agree that 73% just is outrageous in 6 months?
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking me if somebody would pay 73% more than they did the previous year that we had access, yeah, I would question that whole purchase.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, we don't, as fundamental as this sounds, we really don't set the market value. You do.
Right.
The marketplace does. I know that sounds elementary, but it really is that simple.
Yeah. But even a 73% in the market value is outrageous. I mean,
I agree.
You just don't see that kind of increase. And so you make your decisions based on what facts you have in front of you. You buy it, you pay more than you wanted to.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. I was really surprised when you made that statement. A realtor should inform you that a market value transaction directly influences the appraisal apportioned by the district. And yet people say, oh, they're always lower. They shouldn't be. I mean, I'm not downing other places.
Yeah, I know,
But
but they are, yes.
they shouldn't.
A property that wasn't lower. So it's just kind of standard whether, I agree with you, whether it's right or not. Yeah, so you make your decisions based on the facts that you have in front of you. You don't put any improvements on there, although we plan to, but now I'm not sure we can afford to. And then all of a sudden you get a tax statement, it's gone up 73% in 6 months. It's just beyond me. I am a real estate person. I'm not a real estate broker, but I do buy a lot of properties. But and I know this is nothing toward y'all, and I don't want to make it sound that way. It just doesn't seem right. That's all. That's really all I can say is it doesn't seem right. I have no facts.
Okay. Mike, anything else you have for closing?
No, I don't have this.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, the ARB's gonna make their decision.
Wait,
Did you leave?
No, I'm not leaving.
No,
Turn on
did
one.
she leave?
Oh, no, ma'am, are you still there?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
The only thing I would say is the sale was 10 days. Yes.
Yeah.
I make a motion on case ID 2021-257, account 16381. When considering incorrect appraised market value, lower the 2021 appraisal from $141,190 down to $140,000 to represent the sales price.
All in favor? Aye. Carla, you understand?
No, sir. I'm sorry. I don't.
We lowered it to 140,000 sale price.
Okay. And that's as low as y'all can go then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The thing that escapes a lot of people is the effect of the sale. Even your sale at 140 kind of had an influence.
Okay. Well, I appreciate y'all's time.
Okay, thank you, Carla.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Go outside and watch the movie. I'm just kidding.
is it raining?
I'm sorry, I was just yanking her chain. She's really, getting the bad and the stick with the rain.
I was telling my wife the other day, Kathy, that, you get older, you start to forget some things. And then you start to remember
so many people have in their minds that for years, their appraisals were down here and their values were up here. And that's where they have it in their mind, right? Because even this last lady was still not really grasping the fact that, hey, you paid $40K for this thing, and that really, that was the effect. And
it's important that you don't talk about the case like after the case. You can talk in generalities. But
that's what okay. Generally, we've had several situations where people are confounded by
Because
the
they're not
increases.
told, generally told, upfront, that's what's going to happen.
Right. So there. And who's real estate broker should be saying that.
yeah, we have just expectations. I mean, like you said, the person has, in general speaking terms, people have expectations. And if a real estate professional sets a proper expectation in light of their other expectation, then they're not as surprised by it when it happens, or if it happens. Not even at this district.
I'm
it-
surprised
it-
we haven't, we got a lot of million, multi-million sales.
A lot of what?
Yeah, multi-million sales.
Oh, yeah.
And my point was gonna be, those people, I'm not talking about anybody specifically, are flabbergasted when they see their taxes. I just paid $2.5 million for a house, what do you think? It's like, in disbelief.
Yeah, setting proper expectations of
But the
everything.
values out there have gone crazy, so.
Not to mention if you're purchasing property here and you're not one of the, 16 counties along, whatever the counties are that deal with TWIA, that have windstorm insurance. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
that's a big blow. I mean, because they're like, whoa, what's with this bill? What's with this insurance bill? You're like, yeah, that's what it runs.
Well, a lot of those big sales are cash, so they don't have to carry.
That's true, they don't have to.
If they want to self-insure, they can do that. But when they find out what tree across.
Do you think most people have a good understanding and appreciation of the difference and differentiation between appraisal and taxes?
No.
Because that's another aspect that, hell, with the appraisal, the base may have increased 15% or whatever, some amount. That doesn't necessarily mean the taxes are going to go up by that much. It depends on how they come up with the rate.
Right.
Right?
Well, I think a lot of people think we determine taxes.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if the value doubles, the tax rate is.
Jackie, can you go check on Beth to see what's on? Thank you so much.
You want to start at 3 o'clock early?
Yeah. But it's not
Okay.
like he's here. Taxes
All right.
are the appraised value.
It is 272.
Have you heard a case like this?
I don't know which one it is. I'm guessing it's 272. Marked in person. But
3 o'clock? 3 o'clock, huh?
Yes.
yeah, he got here early. And there's nobody else in the 1:30.
So we're supposed to start when myself.
Well, like I was saying yesterday, the CEC's in charge.
272. They're waiting on evidence, I believe.
272.
So Deleon is there.
That's 10 days.
Oh,
Yeah. And some it's not real high, but others, so who knows what's gonna happen?
That's starting today.
I believe so.
Starting,
And it's supposed to come up from,
no, starting tomorrow morning.
right, we're supposed to get big, like 3 to 5 inches by Sunday, I think they said. If that comes where they think it's coming.
For Colorado, so we'll see.
It would be nice if they were laying sod today.
Would be great.
Yes.
Wouldn't it happen too wet out there and they couldn't cut the grass.
Yeah.
I was worried about when I left on Saturday. You know, the new grass that's supposed to be down.
Okay, this is Mr. Diaz de Leon. Gonna go ahead and have a seat right over there. Case number 272, account number 62328.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Dion,
Yes, sir.
we have some administrivia that we need to go through before we start.
Okay, sir.
So if you just follow along, I got a couple of questions along the way. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Opening hearing on case ID 2021-272, account 62328. This hearing is being recorded with the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. Appraisal review board is at this table. Mike is the district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. Once this hearing is concluded, they will create a document and mail it to you. It'll have all the particulars in it. Also indications of what you can do if you still disagree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Kaufman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Yes.
I, Thomas Diaz de Leon, do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. Mike?
My name is Michael Feather. I do solemnly swear from the testimony that represents the appraisal review board for the appraisal district is true and correct.
Mr. Diaz, do you have an appraiser's license?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you. On that sheet of paper to your left is the procedure that we'll use for this hearing. Would you like to go first, or would you like Mike to go first?
It doesn't matter.
You have to choose.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay.
Okay.
You have five minutes for the presentation, and you'll have more time later.
Let me know when.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm here basically is protesting. I did get the package from the appraisal district of other properties with equal value or higher value than my property is. My protest is the low-lying area in the back of my property. 2 years ago, I was here and I protested and they gave me a 20% discount on the appraisal because of back property, 20% of it is underwater. And it floods. Every time it rains, there's a big pond. And if you look back at the first picture you had that shows the property, you can see where there's a low-lying area behind my property, and it always floods. And this is flood water that I get in the back, and the mosquitoes, and you can see the trees also that were damaged from the hurricane. So I still have, this is my property line right here, my fence line that goes, I haven't put the fence, but the post is there, but I haven't been able to get back there because of all the standing water. So behind my property is a natural low area that's been there for years. And if you can go back to the breakdown of the property, where it had 628 or whatever the number was, you can see that low-lying area behind my, you can see right there is let's see, where is my property? 62, 328 in the back. You can see that gray area, if I may point to it. This right here, this is a low area that always floods in this, the water comes over here. So those illustrations that I show you is the overflow from this low area right in there. And right now the ground is saturated, and it's gonna be like that for a while because it doesn't go down. So that's what I'm thinking. And 2 years ago, I came and I talked to the board and I got a discount, but last year I didn't come, I was sick, I was ill. So it's an occurring thing, and you can see right there where it's low. That's an occurring thing that I have to deal with in the back of that property. So my appeal to you, the board, is to have some consideration for the low-lying area whenever it rains, it floods, and of course the destruction of trees that I've had with the hurricane.
Can you point out how much of your area floods?
Yes, 20% of this area.
You can point it out on there.
Okay, this is the old pole. This is a pole barn, my pole barn, and it floods right in here, all the way right in here. This well, so it comes across. My fence line is right next to this pond, or the low-lying area. It's not really a pond; it floods.
So if you go back towards the back of the property, it stays right there.
Yes, ma'am. That's where I have all the flooding, and there was appraised, I think 2 years ago at 39,000, and it's gone up, and that's my protest to be given consideration for that low-lying area in the water that's standing there, and it's still there. That pictures were taken a week and a half ago, and it's still flooded.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes.
Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. For my cross time, I'd like to investigate the area in the back. Hold the concrete, please. If we can just measure, let's measure this area. Let's just follow along. Let's just measure here. Just come all the way across to here. Yeah. And then do the whole thing. Yeah, right there. To the corner. That's approximately 29,000. Let's call it 30,000 square feet. Well, so 30,000 square feet. Let's say 30,000 square feet. There's 2.423 acres. It comes out to 105,545 square feet. So let's see, 30,000 divided by 105,545. That comes out to 28%. So rather than 70%, it should be, or rather than 80%, it should be a 72% adjustment there, just based on what he's shown us.
I don't mind doing that at all. I don't know. He's got plenty.
Show us what you're doing, Scott.
Yeah, before we do that, let me just finish my presentation. The only thing, there's two things under protest. Incorrect, one of the ones is called incorrect damage assessment rating for property qualified for a temporary disaster exemption. I'm gonna have to investigate, burden of proof other than, line item 1 or 2 is to the property owner. But I just want to make sure that we did not get a disaster exemption application. Let me go into the property and go to images and go to exemptions. I don't see an exemption. I don't see an exemption qualification. So I just looked into the account. That particular checkbox on the protest form, I will say that is real specific to a damage rating that's associated with a natural disaster. And if you don't turn in an exemption, so what I will say is that law did not exist, or the application did not exist during Harvey. And so any subsequent event that has one, it's incumbent upon the property owner to say, hey, I've got damage, here's my rating, and they submit it to the district. That did not happen here. I don't see one in the account. So I think that I'm going to affirm that there's no action to be taken because I was not submitted with an application. You should take note of that. The other thing on the protest is incorrect appraised market value. We currently have currently have a value of 58 and change with some property, kind of like a little awning, 3, just like a little metal awning. And a carport. So we've got an awning and a carport that are attached together. $7,000 for the value, not very much. This is where it's at. We talked about flooding. So from comp sales, these are things in about that area. So the subjects on A1 Hill, Undine, Kirby, these are relevant sales because they're in that same general area. The last one's on Stone. Go back to 1 and 2. See that the first 2 sold for 56,000 and 99,000 respectively. This one sold for 68,000. You can look at the differences. Stay there for a minute if you don't mind. Subject is 50,000 square feet. This is 63,000 square feet. This is 72,000 square feet. And there's differences if these are vacant land sales. They don't have awnings or carports or anything, any of that. So it gives you a price per square foot. The indicated value that we have is $55,350. So there should be a warranty change of about $3,000 there, based on even my information. And then you couple that with what we're going to do in the account. So let's just go into the account and do the 72%. So go into land. And instead of water wet, see, we estimate here, And so we remove that one and we do new, height, do drop down your drop down on the drop down, and do new area, and then do 72% there, and hit OK. And hit close, and hit calculate, and it goes down to 45 and change. Go to summary. Recalculate. Okay, so that's 53 overall. I think we started off at 55, 58.
58.
Yeah, we were at 58, 150. This brings it down just from flooding issue. If you wanted to throw a couple of thousand or 3,000 on top of that, just the market value when it was able to prove, see the difference. The delta was 58, 55. If you wanted to throw another 3,000 on top of that, I would not be opposed.
The 52, you mean?
What do we have right now?
53.
58.
We have 53.90.
We have 53,090. So if you threw another 3,000 at this, then you'd be at 51,090 or 50,090.
Just call it 50. Can we just call it 50?
But he still has his rebuttal and all of it.
Yeah.
Are you done?
So, Mr. DeLeon, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination to ask Mike anything, and 2 minutes if you need it, 2 more minutes for rebuttal.
I saw the presentation of the other properties, which I have no problem with. My question is, my property has got a low-lying area in the back. How do we know that these other properties don't have that? So that's why I'm assessing that the property value could be lower compared to these other properties that go, they may be in perfect condition. And when you buy properties like this, before you get financing, you have to be in a low flood zone. So that's what I'm saying. That properties probably were in good level condition where there's no flooding. And I'm just protesting the flooding that I have in the back.
Yeah, what Mike did was take 28% off for the flooding.
Okay.
And then we took another couple of thousand off for the equity.
Right.
So right now, we've gone from what you were noticed at 58,150 to 50 even.
Yes, I understand that. But that is the appraised value of my property compared to the other properties. Is that correct?
That would be just the appraised value of your property. Period. Would be reduced from 58,150 down to 50,000. We're taking $8,150 off of that value. Yeah. So you still have a couple minutes if you want to tell us anything else.
Well, I just don't think that the property was appraised properly going up to 58,000 in the first place because of the low lying area that I have.
So we backed off to 50,000 because of that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Do you accept that, or?
Well, if I don't accept it, that's no choice, but I mean, because what I'm getting at is that the 58,000, how was that assessed? Because of the other property that sold in that area, right? For this X amount of dollars. So
I'll let Mike answer that question.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So like, you're asking, what about those comps? Were they in great condition or did they have flooding issues? And so if there's not an adjustment in those other accounts, it still goes off that sales price. So then it compares yours to the sales price. So what you have to do first in that method to try to make a comparison, and it's a good question, is you take this comp and you take this subject, which is your property, and you say, okay, we're going to make all the adjustments. Now, what's different at the very end? Yours has flooding, and this one doesn't. So we take value from this value, which is 55, and we take it down, the land value, we take it down 28%, and that's the result that we now have at 50,000.
my question is, where do you get that dollar amount, 58,000 or 50,000, when last year it was less, and this year because of the sales, that property sold around my area, it went up. Right, that's through no fault of my own. My property is still, to me, it was the same amount as it was last year because I haven't done any improvements.
Yeah,
Right,
that's a good question. But you answered it in your state. It's just due to sales. Other people are disagreeing. Like you said, I think that my property is worth the same, but the rest of the market thinks your property is worth more because they actually pay more for properties kind of near yours and like yours. That's all it is.
And like you say, it's a market analysis appraisal.
Yes,
there isn't an actual appraiser where you have the property surveyed and appraised. Right.
We're mass appraisers, so we make analysis based off of properties that are both similar and proximate to the subject, meaning they're close to you and they're kind of like yours. And if you notice,
that's a market analysis.
It's an appraisal, it's a mass appraisal is what it is. It's a mass appraisal of your property. And if you look at these are even more fee specific when you look at fee appraisal. Mundine, what is that?
Kirby.
Kirby, and the last one is Armstrong.
Armstrong.
These are all in the Campbell area. These are all in and about your area.
Yes, they are.
And we're saying that we make the adjustments based off the size, and then at the end, we say, what's different? Well, this property floods, so we took 20% off of this property. So that's the best we can do. That's the best analysis we have.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes, Mike.
I don't, I think that the subject property owner, I don't need my whole 2 minutes. I don't think that, the property owner brought some good evidence as far as flooding is concerned. I think that we made a good faith effort to be, to even just overestimate what that is. We've taken that into account. Furthermore, our own evidence said that there was a $3,000 warranted change, and if you take all those things into account, the number is $50,090. I think the board's going to come to about, I don't know what they're going to come to, but I think the number that was indicated was 50. It's fine. I think that's where it's at.
Okay. Mr. DeLeon, you have 1 minute to tell us anything else that you want us to know.
No, sir, I think I've said what I've said.
Okay.
Thank you for your service, Mr. DeLeon.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to get that.
Maybe you guys know, looking at the sales ratio. And it's got a weighted mean of 1.12, which is a little higher than what I've seen on others.
Yeah.
What is that actually?
I mean, the original, well, it means that cumulative, all the properties that have been sold were probably overappraised by the 1.12. That's the correct way to say it?
I think so.
Okay.
So. That's 12% effectively, right? Sorry?
50,000.
I'm-
The 50,000.
No, and we may be.
Oh, they have a question? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, really. I was perusing the sales ratio. And your weighted mean was 1.12, 1.13 almost. I was wondering if you could say a few words about
Sure.
what that means and what the effect is.
Yeah, let's go into the evidence. Weighted mean is going to be all the sales of whatever sales ratio report we pulled. So if we go down to the sales ratio report, I'm sorry, go to the very top of the screen. So it's Burton and Danforth and Campbell. So it would have been both sides of that street. It's big acreage tracts, and it's all the sales. It says includes confidential sales, all the sales. It's everything from verified to unverified considerations, everything. So considerations are just notes. They're typically an 80-20 loan, something like that. So you'll have some of those in there. In a lot of different areas, it doesn't matter because most of them are verified. You might have a lot of considerations in here. The weighted mean is 1.12. So it's saying that some of these are way overpraised, like this one. This one is a buyer's questionnaire that they feel we're way over. So this influences this number. Like, so did this one right here. They're saying that like you got a sales price. They're saying that the sales price is right here, but the market is right here. Sometimes whenever you have a new build, so like I don't know unless I went into this, but when you see a 2020 thing right here, this value that's added to the improvement right here may not have been in this initial price. Without looking into that, I mean, I could look at a couple if you'd like to look
most agreed, like, it's done in order of sales ratio. So this is the most agreed, the second most agreed. You know, I can look at any one of those. The fact, like, this is the vacant land sale, and the fact that this has improvement value, it doesn't have a year value, I don't even know what it is. But this could have been added after this, but it's still pulled on. I can look at it if you want me to.
Well, I'm trying to, in my mind, piece through what the 12% might affect or how it might.
Sure, that's a valid question.
You know, it's across all these properties.
Like the ones that I pulled are vacant land. This one has vacant land and an awning that has $7,000 value. So if you take away, if you account for the $7,000 improvement, then it's just vacant land. And that's what I have. This is a 6 SS house sale on
Right here, that's price per square feet, no improvement.
yeah, this is a 1,500 deck. This is a house. I can look at it. Do you see this 2020 thing right here? And this is the vacant land sale. This is a great example of what's happening to that ratio. This is the most egregious one because it has the highest number over here. And this is a perfect example. The reason why, because the sale that we have is of a vacant land sale. That year in 20, they built something. And so now it's pulling all of this value and comparing it to here. That makes sense? The data point was a vacant land sale, and then they built something new. So that's what's happening right here.
Yeah, over, and I don't know how many properties are in this.
You can go down and it'll tell you. Go down. 29 properties.
Okay, so 12%, 1.12, 12% weighted mean.
Right.
Does that have, can I extrapolate and say, across these 29 sales,
right,
which are, some are raw land, some are land with improvements.
Right.
I'm off over those 29 things.
You would generally think so, except for situations like this. So for me to answer your question, I would have to pull out this one from this, like individually pull out this one from the sales ratio study. And it's a weighted mean over all of the value versus all of the sale. So all of the value, okay, this is the improvement value. So for a perfect example, this is a perfect example of this being skewed. I think you want to know why is it skewed. And can I answer a question associated? And the answer is yes. This sold for 90. We have $91,000 worth of value attributable to the land. In the same year, they built $228,000 worth of structure on this. So it takes it and looks at this and says, whoa, you're off by 228 plus 90, whatever that number is, 318 divided by 90. And that gives you this ratio of 3 and that goes into this equation.
So am I correct in thought? It says, because quite often when you present this, and you point to the quote tight nature of the weighted mean, which are down close to
right.
Zero.
Right.
And when that happens, you go, this is good data over a large number of
right.
sales. When it gets to something like that, which might get your attention,
you get to 105,
you gotta go.
You get to 105, 107, then you're asking yourself the question. I don't have any angst over it. You do, and that's okay. But if I were to look at this, I would automatically say this doesn't belong in the ratio, or this needs to be changed. Because I can't even change the type of sale it is because it's not a verified residential sale, it's a verified land sale. So all we're looking at is a comparison from here to here. And if you look at that, that's 1.01. 90 to 91 is 1.01. I could look at the next one and see where this value is, but if you look in this effective age of 20, and this is a 2020 sale. So again, it's looking at this but they probably built some more stuff here without looking into it. That's my general supposition.
But is it fair to say that in general, since Mr. De Leon didn't build anything new on his,
Right.
and his improvements are a relatively small part of the total, it's mostly land value.
Right.
That his ratio is
That's why,
minimally affected.
well, again, that's why you look to a median value of comparable properties appropriately adjusted. And that's why I always present that grid. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, you bet.
So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-272, account 62328, when considering incorrect appraised market value and anything, other items of market value, that we are going to lower the 2021 appraisal in this account from $58,150 down to $50,000.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Yeah, 50,000.
Okay.
We're done.
Okay, thank you very much for your decision making and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
You're
All right, next one, we have a phone. It's 235, account number 33734. We'll read.
Hello. Is Mr. Chen there?
Yeah, this is a Jimmy Chen.
Ah, sorry. This is Charlie Powers with the Appraisal Review Board.
Nice to meet you. Nice to hear from you. Hi.
Hi. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just listen along with us, I'll have a couple of questions along the way, okay?
Sure.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-235, account 33734. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the conclusion of this hearing, a document will be created and will be mailed to you. It'll have all the stuff in it.
So this is.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
I will have a one. Yeah.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I got Joplin to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with this person in
On the
violation.
phone. We didn't know that was.
I, Scott Reiger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I am assuming that, Ken, that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Michael Soto, do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to be president of the board, any privilege is correct. I just, before we get started, I wanted to point out that the subject property owner is Chin. She did sign the affidavit, you know, so she can speak on her own behalf. But she did sign an appointment of agent, and I guess her agent is not representing her. I'm asking, can you ask her?
Is your agent with you?
I originally appointed an agent, but she's not available. And I request to take that document off because I couldn't delete that. And then I have not received the other form saying because she's out of town because of the holiday. So I
Okay,
have to call in.
so you signed a revocation from the agent, but she hasn't signed it?
No, she didn't sign it. She disagreed on it.
Okay, I think what she's indicating that she's signed with an agent, they can't do it, so she's gonna represent herself.
Right.
And she's trying to get a revocation, which is, I just wanted to check, because it's an odd set of her.
Yeah.
Well, I'm out of town. So
Yeah, it's okay, ma'am, we're good.
okay.
Okay, and do you have a, can you put your hands on the hearing procedure time? It's a
My
page,
time,
the
my time
hearing?
right now is
No,
3:20.
no, honey. Hearing procedure time. It's a page that was in the package.
3 p.m.
Okay.
June 2nd, 2021, 3 p.m.
Okay, now, during the hearing, we follow a procedure where you'll have a certain amount of time to speak, and the district will have a certain amount of time to speak, and this is on a chart that was.
Yes, I saw that.
Oh, okay.
Good. Okay, now you know that you can go first, or you can have the district go first. Which would you like to do?
Mine is pretty straightforward. I can go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
That's fine, because this property, the proposal 2021 increased 50,000. The reason is because this one is actually the wetland. I have the evidence. It's in the first attachment. Are you able to open that?
Yes,
Yes,
we can see this.
Okay, so it has a pond and it has a wetland. Actually, have 2 ponds. The gray area is pond. Green area is a wetland. This information is from National Wetland, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So I think it's a fair use to be the price is 198. That's the original price. Because it's pretty much 60% not usable.
Okay.
So that's my argument. So that's all I have.
Okay, we see that. See that, Scott? Understand that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is in her evidence, and her property is right in here. And so she has wetlands and she has ponds here, which means that much of her land is either underwater or in a pond, so. It's on her evidence. Okay, anything else? You'll have a chance to speak more later.
That's it, because I have the list, but my agent, I think it's really, really strange price. I'm gonna take out because nobody even asked, nobody question, nobody even. So I'm gonna just put back. I'm gonna take off because she just tried to get the business. I don't think it's a good idea. We never got any call. We never got any offer.
Okay, all right, well, that's why we're here now.
So,
Yeah.
okay, if that's, I'll let the district make their presentation then.
Okay.
So you have,
Yeah, in my cross-examination time, I would just ask, do you currently have the property for sale, ma'am?
I been right here. Could you speak in more close the
Yes,
speaker
yes,
so I can
ma'am.
hear you better?
Yes, ma'am. Is the property currently on the market?
Well, I'm gonna take it off because I have a contract, a bottle with her. I cannot do anything. I don't know these, and she just said, "Oh yeah, we can sold it this side." I haven't been luck for almost 4 or 5 years, so.
Okay, so
The phone.
I'm gonna-
That's kind of situation. So I'm gonna
Sure.
take it off.
Okay, so, when you say I'm gonna take it off, it's currently on the market, is that correct?
Yeah, because I cannot. I have a contract with her.
Okay, so it's currently on the market. What are you asking, how much are you asking to sell this property for?
That's what she telling me how much asking for. But she said that because the corner, etc. I said, okay, that makes me very excited. It's been 2 years. Haven't heard anything. Haven't heard of doing anything. Nothing.
What is that price, ma'am?
I think it's over $1 million. That's ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
I know you should not too. I should not too. Everybody should not. I'm gonna talk to her. I need to take that off.
Okay.
Because the pond and the wetland.
Right.
We'll give you the house on the pond and wetland because the wetland was if you look at it, for the emergency, marine, freshwater emergency wetland, nobody can do anything. They have to preserve.
Okay, so it's on the market for 1.9 million, is that right?
I think so, because I have contract with her. That's the problem.
Okay.
I cannot do anything.
Thank you. I'm gonna go into my presentation now.
Sure.
Okay. Subject's currently on the market for 1.9 million. The subject property owner testified that she thinks that that's ridiculous. So do we. We currently have a value of $250,000 on the subject property. There's some kind of detached storage that was flatted out to $820 years ago. I don't even know if it's still there. The majority of the value lies in the land. We have 240 million change on that land. It is a total, come down. It's a total of 9.71 acres that we have. So if you just take all that number and you take the 249 or the whole value, if you took the whole value, the 250, 700 divided by the 9.71, is that right? 9.718. That's 25 an acre, 25,797 an acre. I haven't looked in a couple of years because we haven't, I don't know that we've moved that in a couple of years. Maybe we have. But if you'll go on down, a lot of pictometry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. This is the tract right here. It's along here. And she's right, you know, there's some up here, there's some wet area or some low area. You know, but it is frontage. It's frontage on 35. I mean, there's some values, inherent value there. This is the go ahead.
Is there property on there? There's improvements for $940.
Yeah, like I said, we had a shed years ago that was flat. Like I said, I don't even know if that's there. It could be taken. I mean, I can look again in just a moment. It's currently on the market for 1.9. I think that's ridiculous. Keep going, keep going. I think the thing under protest is market value or market value and equity. Both. Okay. So from a market value standpoint, these are the sales in the area. These are off of Pearl in 1781. These are acreage tracts. They support the value of 319, which supports the value that we currently have on the subject property. Go down. This is another sale. This is one, it's actually in 3036. It's actually on the next street over. So it's 3036 where 35 comes in. So it's all along this corridor. This is the much bigger tract. This is where the Kokomo is going in right now. That's sold for 1.5 million, but it's 54 acres. You can see it's 140. Price per acre is 19,000. And that's for like something that's 10 times or 5 times as big. So the economy of scale supports that value along that corridor. This value, the median value, is supported at 319. It supports the value that we have on the subject. You look at the comp number 1 and 2 again real quickly. You can see that this price per acre is 41,000 and 38,000. These are more in line. This is a 4-acre tract, a 6-acre tract, a 9-acre tract. The other one was a 54-acre tract. But along, again, they're all right here. They're 2165, they're 3036, they're along this corridor. Go to next equity. These are not necessarily sales, they're things in and about this market bypass area. You can see that this one is a 250, this one is a 166. The difference is the size. This one is smaller, this one is bigger. These are going to show you the price per square foot on a per square foot basis, if we're to look at it that way. The subject is currently at 59. These are others on market and on bypass right in that area. Again, 58 on 14. The median is 59. The subject, go back up one. The the median equity value is at 86, which supports the 59 cents that we have on the subject. So this value is the median. This value is the one that the subject property is currently on. That's my initial presentation.
Okay. So ma'am, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then to ask my questions, and then if you need them, 2 minutes for protester rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes.
Well, I hear you, because all the comp, the question is that most of your comp, they don't have women, they don't have a comp. So it's the majority is usable. But this one, if you look at it, 60% is not usable. So I like that the board considers this a unique situation.
Okay.
I want that's why I wanted my agent to come here to look. So you this price. You explain to the board because I know nothing about her Rockport. I'm living down, and then she's not available. So now I have to come. I'll have it too. So. I'm sorry, I should have.
Okay,
anyway.
we understand. Anything else you'd like to tell us?
I trust your board will have a fair and then look at all the situation and understand and then just give me the fair assessment. And I'm going to talk to her after the conference, then I'm going to take this out.
Okay. I do have one question of you. How long has this property been for sale? You said quite a while?
No, not quite long.
Oh. How long?
She left about less than 2 years because we have a contract. I know the contract was October, so I have to fulfill the contract, otherwise I will tenant.
Okay.
She has you have an open contract now, or you have?
I have a contract till October.
Okay.
I can talk to her when I get a chance to talk to her, see if she's willing to let me release the contract early, but I don't know if she will do that.
So your contract is with the sales agent, is that correct?
That's correct. Well, she helped me with the price because she even never tell me all these. That's why this price. Oh, I know it's the corner. I said, okay. And then I look at it, the whole value. I look at the women. It's just not usable.
Is your sales agent in Rockport?
She is. I asked her to represent me, but she's out of town.
Okay.
But that's okay, because I'm the owner, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the owner. I have to take off. Yeah, anyway.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike?
I don't want to make things very complicated. It's just it is, it is.
You have 2 minutes, Mike, as a district rebuttal if you need it.
So, so you obviously want to sell the property. The price that you have on the, that you have it listed for is incredibly high. So, I'm going to run a couple of questions by you. So somebody comes to you and offers you $200,000. What do you do?
Well, I'm not gonna put it back to sleep because I'm eventually,
So you
when I get
reject,
old, I wanna move to Rockport.
so you reject
And buy a
the,
house living over there.
so you
So
reject,
I don't know what the right price is, because 60% not usable. I would be very happy to have that piece of property. And in my family, I'm gonna tell you.
okay, so somebody offers you 200,000, you do what? You reject it?
It's not a reject, I would very seriously consider, because I think that's the fair market price.
So then they, so,
198.
so then they offer you 250,000. What do you do with that?
I'm gonna put in the family, let's just leave, because see that this piece of property was inherited, give to my head.
Well, that's not.
Rockport is a beautiful city. I used to live there 20 years ago, and then I moved to Dallas, and now I'm thinking
Right.
about to move back.
Right. Well, that's not congruent with it being on the market if you want to give it to your heirs. So somebody comes to you with $300,000. What do you do with that?
I don't have anybody offer me. It's really hard to assume that. If I see the solid offer, I now will be very, very seriously thinking about it, because I never ever see any offer in front of me. Not even the phone call.
Yeah, I would imagine that that's correct.
I
Because
didn't lie to you because I was kind of.
I believe
Well,
you.
in 2 years, almost 2
I
years,
believe
what's
you.
going on? This guy kind of forgotten things.
Okay. Mrs. Chen, you have one minute to close. Any final thoughts?
I felt like this piece property, 198 is fair because of the corner. Considering 60% is not usable, which is only 40%, and especially in the tip of the Market Street road, it's very narrow actually. That corner all the way to Market Street is not usable either. So consider that it's less than 40% usable. So I think it's 198 is a fair marketing price. 250 is way too high.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike, you have a minute if you need it.
So the statement that was made is 198 is fair, but 250 is too high. I don't know. I mean, she has wetlands to the north. We have some wetlands. I don't think we have as much as what she's claiming.
Yeah, I can't decode some of that. Maybe it's my eyesight.
But, from a sales, from an equity and sales comparison, I have other properties along Market, the bypass, all that frontage area. It's a nice piece of property from the frontage standpoint. Both of those median values support the value that we have on it. That's all I got. If she wants to claim that it's somewhere between those two numbers, she claims it's 198 because that's the number that we had on it last year. But market values have increased countywide, so.
So I have a question on this national wetlands inventory that she has. Is that typical to identify wetlands that way, or?
I think that people that are very informed look at those. It's called Wetland Mapper. I've used it before. Yeah. Yeah, people like.
It is a nationwide database, so you type your address into it and then they just come out.
Yeah, it's a great source. It's a great source.
Yeah, I didn't create it, so when you have these, you say if you need to develop, based on that, you cannot, because this is a reserve for. There's also articles talk about what the green means. I studied really hard, what's going on here. So it's really pretty. I think Aransas does need to reserve some of the land, just not allowed to develop. Otherwise, all people that develop and then the country become industrial country.
Well, it would seem to me from both equity and sales that the district has supported the value.
Well, the question I have is, and I'm trying to see from the property card, and Charlie may have had the same challenge. This is a total of 9.7 acres.
9.7, and we have 1 acre that's designated as wetland.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. And this other undeveloped of 1.4.
Right. What we have is, we have these on tables. And if you go to pictometry, I can show you that, like, one of the tables is, yeah, one of the tables is going to be typically, if you have any frontage on this road, and then the other one's going to be any frontage that you have on this road. And that's the most attributable thing. Anything past like a certain number of feet is just called, undeveloped land or backland. This is a frontage lot. I mean, it's actually fronts on 2 sides. It's a corner lot. It would be maybe not as commensurate to something like this, because that would be like 2 of these or something like this down here. But this is a very valuable corner. You can see that things along here are sold. For all practical purposes, you could look at any of these corners.
Is your point in talking about that then to say
the majority of the value
is right up along the frontage?
Yeah, well, it's anything that fronts 35. So in this case, it's anything here. Her point would be like, well, I can't use this stuff to the back, so I can't use this.
Right.
Maybe she's got a point. I mean, I don't know to what degree.
Well, since there is a designation of wetlands against that 9.7 acres, my other question, it may go back to the protester. She's mentioned 60%. I don't know how that number was arrived at. I mean, looking at the wetland survey, there's some interesting pictures of it, but it still doesn't. I don't know if there's any way to determine, is it really 50%, 60%, or and so on.
Well, it looks rather extensive if you look at the.
Yeah, at hers, at the wetlands.
The wetlands.
Yeah, right.
It looks fairly extensive.
Right.
The code at the bottom for.
What percentage is it taking
Fresh water.
It's very small,
Actually,
less
the
than an
land
acre.
is, if you're from the Market Street, go look at the first, bluish, all the way from there, all the way, it's kind of like a slope. Toward the end is a bigger pond, at the blue one. Inside even have a fish. I saw people even fishing inside. So this whole land, actually, it was a kind of like a slope all the way down. That's why the green area actually is very low, but the blue is really rise up almost like a 12 feet to 15 feet below it. And it's very low. Because many years ago, somebody gave me the sign. Yeah. So it's not flat. It's kind of like a slope.
Okay, hold off just a second. Put the card back up again, please. I'm confused. You talked about undeveloped land being that which is, no, ma'am.
Hang on, ma'am.
Hang on. I'm gonna talk to Mike for a minute. You talked about undeveloped land, which is line item 3, as being the land that was away from the road, right?
It's typically stuff in the rear. What's
in the rear?
We usually call it what's left
Yeah.
What's left. And so we have two, if I were to color,
Yeah.
go ahead.
But, no, don't move.
You want it right there?
Where's 1 and 2?
I just moved it up there. You told me not to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
They're on different pages?
Yes.
There's 2 different cards.
The high commercial traffic values are on a square footage basis. The undeveloped or the backland is on an acreage basis, and the wetlands is always on an acreage basis.
So the 279,000 square feet maps out to about how many acres? It should be considerable. Is that right?
279 plus the 37, is that what you want?
Well, you can do it that way, sure.
Okay, 279,049 plus 37080 equals 316,129 divided by 43,560. That's 7.25 acres of frontage.
Okay. So am I seeing that right? That's 7.25, where with the number of acres, makes up approximately 228,000 of the $250,000 value.
That's 228,000, that's correct.
So that stuff would make up the other 12,000.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I can't get to that.
So you would count it then for
Usable.
Yeah, right.
usable and
That's a huge
frontage
amount
and.
Yeah.
So is it possible, I don't know if this is even possible, on your pictography or whatever where you're overlaying areas, you can draw a box and such? Yeah, because what might be interesting is to see, and if I were to try and carve out something along the frontage as a square of about 7 acres, how far back does it come?
Well, there's 2 different ones. There's the one on the frontage, and then there's one on market.
Market?
Yeah. So let me do the 279,049 divided by 43,560. That is 6.40 acres on bypass. So that leaves 7.25. Well, let me just do the math. 37,080 divided by 43,560 equals. So this is 0.85. Yeah, that comes out 0.85 on market acres on market. So what would you like to see?
Well, I'm trying to, and I'm hoping other people might be interested as well. The map, the wetlands picture, which shows a lot of potential wetlands, at least from that picture. And you are coming back some amount
right.
to encompass about 7 acres of property, and to get a sense of, are we calling 7 acres of stuff that's frontage kinds of higher value property?
Which would be frontage if it wasn't impeded by wetlands.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Would be good frontage rather than impeded.
Exactly.
Okay, the first thing is just give me a square from here to here to here to here, right across. What I'm doing here is trying to take away the 0.8 acres. That's an acre, so it'd be something like this. Just come straight like this. Yeah. And what she's going to do is she's going to come pretty close to 0.85 right here. You'll see. Keep going. Yeah. Get all the way to the edges. There you go. Thank you. So that's really close to the 37. Before it was 41, and this is so it's somewhere down in here. That's going to be the 37 that's on the market. Okay, 37,000 square feet that's on the market. Just to give you a visual representation.
Yep.
Now what you're left with, if you just go here and go all the way down Well, it bends, so come to here, right here, Jackie. It bends right there somewhere, right in there. Yeah, and then keep going all the way to the corner. All right, now come this way. I'll tell you what. No, go back. Let's, a little bit more. No, a little bit more this way, I'm sorry. Right there, stop right there. And then come down, so like right here. Yeah, just call that good. So that is 246. We're 279. So that's really close to that representation, if that's what you're looking for. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
But if you look at the picture of the wetlands.
Yeah, it goes, it's basically, I mean,
It
I
dots,
can't-
it dots, it goes here, and then it dots in here, and it goes to there.
oh, it doesn't dot. It almost covers. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, it almost covers this area.
No, it doesn't. I am gonna correct you, because you are wrong.
Do you want me
This
to put
right
it
here,
up there?
this little line right here,
Put it up if you would.
this little line right here is a blue line that you'll see very clearly.
Yeah, the blue line is our property
It's
border
the
line.
southernmost part of what she's claiming. This line right here, because you can see it real clearly.
Sorry, I'm just trying to put it
Yeah,
up
there you
the
go.
same.
That's this line right here. That's,
I'm sorry, Mike, I'm just trying to put them together.
no, you don't have to put them together. Just make that
This
big.
is the property border line. And then next you will see
That's
the
this line right here.
yellowish,
You see
greenish,
how it's a
is the
rectangle,
line,
that
the
other line was a
property line,
rectangle?
all the
That's-
way.
And so if you're looking at that rectangle that we drew, it's gonna be like this.
Yeah.
It's not the whole thing,
But
it's
the
just a
blue
portion.
and the green
Right,
are identified as water,
yeah, no doubt,
freshwater wetland.
no doubt.
The blue line is a pond.
Yeah, we understand. We're talking among ourselves for a second.
Hold on, just hold on.
You get to decide what you think that's worth.
Well, you've only identified 1 acre
Yeah,
as wetland. And if you go back to your pictography, you're showing with the box, a good chunk of that 7 acres is overlaid with,
starting from here. And then there's a chunk here, here, right?
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
blob kind of goes over to here, which is back here, again,
yeah, okay.
right?
Right.
It's the sort of, looks like the area that was painted. It's the sandy
Yeah.
area.
And that's what, and
which-
forgive me, Jackie, because this is what Jackie was trying to do. Go ahead and put them side by side.
Yeah.
And
that-
make
I
that,
understand.
The
make
blue
that bigger. Make the one on the right bigger. The one on the right bigger.
She's getting
Now, all you have to do is hit the plus sign right here.
Oh, here, sorry,
Yes.
Mike.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. We're trying to get the scale the same. Keep going. I'll tell you when. Keep going. Okay, now stop and try to pull this area just like that. No, just pull this.
It won't.
Yeah, she can't do that.
That's why,
Scroll the bottom.
Yeah, scroll
here,
the bottom.
you can do this. I don't know what you.
You scroll at the bottom this way.
Oh, there we go.
Keep going. All right, now stop and then scroll with that other scroller.
Oh,
There you
yeah,
go.
sorry.
Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. Okay, so now you've kind of got,
Sorry, I
it's
didn't
not
know.
exact,
Yeah.
but this line is this line. And then you've got this that's not the whole this, it's just a part of it.
Yeah.
Right through the middle. So you get to decide what you think that's
Sure.
worth, or the impediment.
Okay, so as one last exercise for me, Jackie, can you give me, find out how much acreage is in that?
Yeah, for sure. We could start right here, Jackie.
Yeah.
Go like, let's start right here, actually. This is a good point right here.
Where are you at? Here?
No, where my finger is.
yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And come across. and then just do the rectangle at
Oh
that
my
point.
gosh, sorry, it clicked off. Right there.
Not all the way. No, you're going too far.
Here?
You can almost clear it.
Right there. Keep coming to the right. Stop.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. $149,473. Write that number down.
Three and a half acres?
Yeah, 3.43 acres.
Okay.
That's what I got. Don't you got?
I got 3.52, but maybe
149,473.
473 divided by,
43,560.
that's where I was off. I was squaring 2.06.
So it's 3.8.
Yeah.
So, okay. Um, 640, and this is 3.43 minus 6.40 minus 3.43 equals. That leaves 2.97 acres on the frontage. Which if you looked at that, just that segment, the good is what's left. Hold on, 2.97 divided by 6.40. That would say that you would throw an adjustment of 64%, or you would make it 46% good on, I'm gonna talk this out.
Yeah.
This number represents 3.4 acres of a 6.4 acre frontage, which represents, if you take the good that's left, like in this is saying all of this is bad, which it's not. But
Yeah,
let's
right.
just go do the exercise.
Yeah.
That says that if you looked at this whole segment here, that one segment you adjust to 46% and you're good for everything. But that means that I've also taken an acre already out for wetlands. So really what you should do is you should only adjust the 3.4 by 2.4, because I've already got an acre of wetland.
Yeah, but that acre of wetlands is in the back, in the undeveloped, right?
Right.
Okay, now you're pencil whipping me, whatever.
Right. So, I mean, what I might have done, Charlie, is say, okay, I'll split the difference here and say, rather than say it's half of this, which is where you were at, right?
That's
Yeah.
what I was at.
And this here,
I've already got that.
I would say, I'm not gonna fuss with this and just call it the whole thing. So if I take the whole thing, it's really, part of this and that.
If you want to throw a 50 on segment number 2, you want to see what that does?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. When it sells for more, what do I get to do? Do I get to do anything? I get to say I told everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can send us
Segment
an
2 is
email
what,
with
Mike? I'm
So
sorry.
segment 2, sequence right here.
Oh, here we go. Bypass frontage.
Don't take it off the market, ma'am. You said you were gonna take it off the market, so I need you to take it off the market. I can't tell you to do
Well,
that.
I wait till
Market
the
value.
contract to, I'll talk to her when we get the time, because I
I was making a joke, ma'am.
He's messing with you.
understand.
Okay, hang on just a
I
second.
appreciate, I realize it's so that you couldn't be in. So I appreciate this opportunity, because
Real
Scroll
adjustment.
down.
I hear you.
Okay, hang on a second. We're making some adjustments to see how this
Flooded
might
50%.
change.
flooded 50% on that segment, should we calculate? So the new value, go cancel and go to summary, quick review, or summary. The new value is now 186. Is that where you want to be? She was asking for 198.
I think you're,
Oh, we are doing better.
I think.
Oh, I bet you do like that.
I think
Thank
your,
you so much.
I think your geometry is a lot better than it was before.
Well, that may be, but the market value is wrong. I've been doing market values for 15 years. That's low. Like that's low. But y'all get to do what you want to do.
181,
186.
186?
The 186.
I'm more along the 198. I mean, keeping it where it was.
Where you see it, where it was last year.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
I think that's probably easy to reconcile.
Okay. 198.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-235, account number 33734, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we would roll back the 2021 appraisal to the 2020 appraisal value of $198,820.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Chen.
You understand what we did?
Yeah, thank you so
Mike.
much, but I do
Mike.
appreciate understanding the market, and I hear you guys working really hard. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just go to ARB
decision, put the 190 whatever.
I did, but I didn't know if you wanted me to.
Just distribute and see what happens.
Okay,
It's a.
so I have
certificate
one.
where,
It was a little bit complicated
manually, hit
because
manually, and then just distribute.
it's under Furman's name, but
Okay,
Rome was
so
going to be
then
his
take the
agent.
adjustment.
But he never sent in an
Just like
affidavit,
this,
but the
5%.
actual owner
We'll go
did.
that way.
No, just go there.
This is kind of like,
You take the adjustment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's kind of like that.
She says, so there's no agent representing her. Is that what we're saying?
Whatever.
He was
Move
supposed
it
to have an
to
agent, but the agent never
50%.
sent anything in.
40%.
He has an agent.
Yeah, 40%.
But Furman, the actual owner, sent in an affidavit. So
is there, as I recall, I'm not up on all your procedures, is there an agent revocation thing that they are supposed to process with you guys?
there is one, because Val sent it to
See
Billy.
what somebody else.
Well, yeah, to this one, that's why I was asking.
Yeah,
Is
no,
there
this
other-
one, he was still supposed to have an agent.
Because it's less than.
Oh, so he wasn't revoking the agent? he
No,
just
we actually
was-
talked to Mr. Rome yesterday and today. He was supposed to get
Distribute ARB
all the
value.
stuff sent in,
Yeah.
but he did not.
He did
We'll
not.
let you do that.
What
There
happened?
you go.
Okay.
Does it work?
That was the agent that I was on the phone with today and yesterday, and he was supposed to email his affidavit and anything else, but he never did. But they did email, like a week ago, the owner's affidavit. So I know that we have that where if there's an
But you
affidavit
still
turned in.
have the document that says this other guy's his agent.
Mhm. That's why I didn't know how you wanted to handle it,
Sounds to me like he's out of luck because.
right, because the agent was representing him.
Yeah, it's supposed to,
Yeah.
it's just
Okay.
like,
They dropped the ball.
Yeah,
it's like the guy
I just
not
wanted to
showing
make
up
sure.
because the agent is effectively the guy when it comes to the
yeah,
review.
and he should have turned in an affidavit
Especially
himself.
especially when you talk to them.
Yes, yeah. Okay. I just want to make, y'all make the decision.
Is that right, Mike?
What was the question? I'm sorry, I walked out. I was looking to see what else.
It's, go ahead.
Okay. We have an account where the owner about a week ago sent in his affidavit. I have been talking to his agent.
Okay.
He's his neighbor. And he was supposed to get everything emailed,
Used to be his neighbor.
but he never turned in
Yeah.
anything, but we have the owner's affidavit that was turned in.
I read about it on the news today.
The owner's affidavit can be read into the record.
But there's still even if there's still a
Still has
designation of agent.
He's not revoking the agent.
It hasn't been revoked.
That's what this lady just did.
Oh, but she was the owner of record.
Oh.
This agent she's talking to, he was going to email documents.
Today's the hearing. The property owner was informed of the hearing date. They're required to have the evidence if they want to present the evidence. There's nothing that prevents you from reading an affidavit with a statement on it. I don't even know what the affidavit says, other than, is it just the telephone affidavit?
It's the actual affidavit and then he handwrote some stuff.
Then you can read that into the record, or he can call in if he wants to. Does he want to call in?
The agent, we don't have anything for the agent.
We don't have an appointment of agent for these?
We have an appointment for the agent, but we gotta have an affidavit for the agent. He was supposed to give that to me. That's the problem.
That's your call.
They already said.
What's the law say?
Well, the hearing time is now,
Yeah.
and your procedures say that it's required that they have an affidavit of evidence if they want to call in, is it not?
Yes.
There you go. I'm not gonna make the call for you, but you have a procedure in place.
We have the owner's affidavit.
If you wanna call Skip, you can call Skip.
I have not talked to the owner. I've only spoken
So
to
we don't know
his
if the owner
neighbor,
wants
who's
to
his
talk
agent.
without his agent or not.
If you wanna ask Skip what he thinks, I mean, you can ask him. We have an agent of record who has not submitted
Anything.
anything, other than he's got an appointment of agent in his hand. So he can actually be here, which he has not shown. It was a 3 o'clock docket?
Yeah.
So he's not shown, and he doesn't have his telephone affidavit, and he hasn't produced these. But you do have an owner that produced something, so if you want to call Skip and see what he thinks, you can call him.
Yeah, but the owner hasn't done anything. It's 4 o'clock and it's a 3 o'clock docket.
So what
We haven't
affidavit
heard
was
from this
produced?
one.
Was it a property owner's just affidavit, like to be read into the record, or was it the affidavit, the telephone affidavit?
It's the actual affidavit form that we have where I wanna say he checked the telephone box.
And that's,
And that one
that was-
And that's the one that says, to be heard one more time.
You need to just pull us this account over here. 4, 6, 5, 6, 7. Okay, go into the ARB inquiry. Go into the images, yeah.
If the owner was,
Yes.
the agent wasn't doing anything, he would have contacted us. and said,
Go into the, next. Okay, stop right there. No, go up a little bit. Just stop. Stop. Okay, he checked the box that says, I intend to appear by telephone. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used if I do not appear in person. So as far as I'm concerned, we should read this into the record.
Well,
Okay.
this is,
Let's do it.
It says Gary phone to
Roan.
present, Gary Roan to represent me, but Gary
That's the
Roan
same
is
thing.
not, Gary Roan is not. He said Gary Roan to represent me, but we don't have it.
They are both out of state. He was gonna be on the phone.
He said on his affidavit, he said Gary Roan to represent me. You can see it in here. This is the whole thing. You get to decide on this. I'm really not gonna make the decision for you. So, go up to the top. This is an affidavit, property owner affidavit of evidence. We get these all the time, and I read these into the record if they don't show, right? If they don't show, and they say, you read this if I don't show, this is what we read. We read all of this. Says incorrect appraised market value, unequal, continue on. 2 pages, he gives what, this is like his statement right here, statement, arguments, and facts. And then this is the box right here. This is what makes it weird, is that he wrote this. I intend to appear by telephone conference for the hearing. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. If you decide to appear later, it talks about the 10 days. But he wrote this, that's what makes it quirky. He signed it, so he's attesting to the facts that are
on his statement of facts and argument. This guy, Don Furman, is attesting. He cannot attest on behalf of this guy without this guy producing an affidavit of evidence.
Right. That's what we thought.
That's the way I understand it. But if you want to call Skip and ask him,
Isn't that what we thought as well?
this is your hearing. You get to decide.
We basically said exactly what we said earlier. Agent did not produce the documentation, and Furman had indicated that Mr. whatever his name is going to represent him. But we haven't heard from him other than she talked to him, hasn't sent it in, including an affidavit. Therefore, I don't think we hear it.
I think you absolutely read this incorrectly. Because it actually says, if I do not intend, this and the evidence submitted with it may be used in here. That's what he checked.
Okay.
But again, what you're gonna, you may hear from the agent saying, whoa, you were supposed to let me talk. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
The hearing was today, and he didn't show.
Nobody showed.
But in particular, Gary Roan didn't show.
Or call.
He called and talked about.
He called today.
Yeah, that's what he was
And
trying to
that's-
get his stuff in.
And then Val told him to turn in one of those.
Yes, and I told him yesterday.
But he did, they never said he did.
He never turned in one of those.
No, the agent, Roan.
The agent.
I know,
That's the homeowner.
Yeah, so he hasn't done anything that he's supposed to do, and he's appointed him to do it.
It's up to you guys. This is your meeting.
I don't know.
Well, I'd say let's go ahead and read this. Homeowner has, property owner has checked that box. I see that it's a little quirky about his agent's name there, but
Let's do it like an affidavit hearing.
yeah.
Ready?
He's gonna read the register.
Yeah, 327.
Opening hearing on case ID 2021-327. Account 46567. This hearing is being recorded. The review board hearing the protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has a right to appeal our decision. Information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District. Correct.
The representative will read the affidavit into the record.
Thanks. The affidavit is read as such. Let's see. Aransas County, City of Rockport, account number 46567, tax year 2021. Property owner or lessee, Don D. Furman. It says dash, Gary Roan, agent. 301 East Fork River Avenue, New London, Wisconsin, 54961. There's a phone number attached there as well. The property description is 1021 South Water Street. number 410, Rockport, Texas, 7882. Reasons for protest: incorrect appraised market value and value compared with other properties.
I hate to stop you, but sheet here just says Q2.
Okay, so for the record, somebody indicated that the only thing in the initial protest was Q2, which is unequal values unequal compared with other property or appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal. Okay, thank you. Evidence, there's 2 total pages or images to be submitted with this affidavit. All of the units of the size are placed at the same value. Improper method of appraisal. Number 2, increase in value is not justified. Number 3, similar unit listed for sale 60+ days, not sold. Number 4, other sales for much less, adjusted. It says there were 2 pages attached.
There is not, I don't have anything but these 2 pages.
Okay, I'm gonna read the protest form. While I'm reading the protest form, can you go check to see that there's no 2 pages attached?
Wow.
Protest form.
Oh, okay.
The protest form is the initial protest form that's done by John D. Furman, has the same mailing address. It says values unequal compared with other properties. That's what's selected. And then in the reason section, 4, I don't know of any condos at Laguna Reef worth nearly that much. And almost all of them are fully furnished.
Or sold.
Are sold fully furnished. What do you think the property value is? 215,000. That's 215. Hearing type, telephone, and will submit evidence. The one that they checked is telephone conference call. Will submit evidence with a written affidavit delivered to the ARB before the hearing begins. May use comptroller form 502. Section 6 is first class mail, the way they to receive the notice of the hearing. They are the property owner. They printed and they signed their name on May 11th, 2021. The other thing that they sent in was just their information regarding electronic protest. It's just a form that tells them how to do that electronically. That is, save anything that comes from front office over there. I don't think there's any 2 other pages that are attached to this. I can wait a few minutes just to see.
Did you read section 6 of the affidavit?
Yeah, I did.
With the funny Gary underrepresented?
You know what? No, I did not. I'm so sorry. Section 6 of the affidavit. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry. I did not. I intend to, the checkbox that's there, I intend to appear by telephone conference call. Thank you. For the hearing. Gary Rohn to represent is what was written. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. If you decide to appear by telephone conference call, you must provide written notice to the ARB at least 10 days before the hearing date and submit your evidence with an affidavit if not previously done. It says, no, you may change your mind in the ARB hearing. You do not waive the right to appear in person at the hearing by submitting this affidavit to the ARB. If you indicated that you do not intend to appear at the hearing and that you do not complete the section of the form that you do not elect to appear by telephone conference call, the ARB is not required to consider this affidavit scheduled at the hearing and may consider the affidavit at the hearing designed for specific purpose of processing affidavits. It says signed in the state of Wisconsin, county of, Waupaca, Don D. Furman, 2 pages on the first day of June 2020,
before Carly Radke. It's interesting, I don't see a seal with that.
Mm-mm.
That's interesting, I don't see a seal there either. Therein lies the subject property owner's affidavit of evidence.
And plus, we don't have the 2 pages of evidence they referenced.
That's all that was emailed, was the affidavit.
We should hear this one. And I would say if they've not gotten that to us, then it's like they didn't show.
I'm gonna go into my evidence. The one thing on the protest form that they indicated was unequally compared with other properties. If you go to my evidence, you can see this is Laguna Reef. We currently have a value of $268,900 on the subject. That's pictometry imagery. Sales was not indicated, or market value was not indicated. Comp equity grid. Subject is 621 square feet. Currently has a value of $268,900. Comp number 1 is also $268,900. They're both 621 square feet. Comp number 2 is the same way, 621 square feet. Comp number 3 is also 621 square feet. All 3 of them have no adjustments. They're all $268,900. That's all I got.
So you're not looking at sales, but sales is supported and equity is, as I would say, highly congruent.
I like that phrase. I looked at a lot of data. Congruency and outliers, they mean stuff that's important.
Well,
Wow, it's
Yeah.
square feet.
It is, but
They're just rooms on it. No refrigerator, no nothing.
we're seeing those last year being astounded by their value and, yeah.
What's this?
I'm just astounded by the value of these kinds of things.
It's just in my phone. We're putting it there, they're selling for what, 271, 271, and I'm supposed to be looking at that, but value all the same.
is there any indication that there's a reason to change the value?
Wow.
I see none. I see none. Okay, we're gonna make a motion then?
Yep.
So for account 2021-327, account number 46567, when considering appraisal, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of an appraisal, equity value. I move that we keep the 2021 appraisal at $268,900 because it has been shown by the district that that is a supported number.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I think that's it for today. I don't think there's anything else. We can check,
Okey-dokey.
but I guess Beth will come back here and tell us if we have anything, but I don't think we do. And then we have tomorrow morning only, and then tomorrow afternoon I have a different board meeting, so that'll be it for the week. And then we meet the following Monday. It'll be a Monday through Thursday.
Okay, I'll be gone.
You're going to Colorado, is that what you said?
Monday.
Nice, whereabouts?
Colorado Springs.
Is it building anything on Monday?
Going up to, Park, Red Lake. Oh, man.
Yeah, I've been to both those places. I've been to Colorado Springs on 2 occasions. And Estes Park's on 3 or 4 different occasions.
Beautiful. I've been there one time, but we're gonna do a different
Because I have
approach.
technically have a
Stay
dentist
everywhere
appointment.
they can for a couple days.
An hour and a half.
Nice.
That's a way to start the day.
Well,
We
I don't talk much anyway, but in any case, it could be, it could be.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of days. And then we,
He's not gonna show up.
did the zip line down
Well,
Seven
he's
Falls.
not gonna show
You know, Seven Falls is like a waterfall
Oh.
from that canyon. And so we zip line across that. And,
Three.
and this last time we did
I
the,
don't know where he is or how to get in touch
what
with
is
him.
the enchanted, not enchanted rock, it's the
All right,
rock.
well, I mean, it's
called-
only, we've got some time.
We do have a letter.
Okay, let's read that letter. Can you turn on the light, please? It's called, it's some kind of rock, it's rock formation.
Yeah.
What is it called?
It's very famous.
I'll think of it.
Okay, this is a letter from David Roberts, Samyan Suckage. Sounds like a legal firm to me, anyway. Dated June 2nd, 2021. RE property ID 52217, Spanish Woods, Block 1, Lot 64 and 65, 106 Sierra Woods Drive, Rockport, Texas. Dear Appraisal Review Board, I am writing to request the board to allow me to protest the appraised value of our home here in Rockport. I do understand the protest deadline was May 15th, 2021. My wife had set this on my desk for action with a stack of other papers, and it did not go through until this morning. Your consideration in this oversight on my part is greatly appreciated. You'll find our completed protest form included with this letter.
Nope.
Sorry, Charlie.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I move then for property ID 52217, located at 106 South Sierra Woods Drive in Rockport, Texas, that we do not grant this property owner a hearing. They have not shown good cause for not getting in their appraisal notice of protest in a timely manner.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Charlie would say the usual dear John over there.
Called Garden of God.
Yeah.
Garden
Garden
of God.
Gods, yeah.
This is, we went there right after the season last year. Took the boys.
Hi, Bill. Got a question for you.